As many in this audience will know, until a few days ago, the Levelling Up Minister, Michael Gove, was still pushing hard to pass legislation that would have prevented public bodies, including universities and local councils, from taking ethical investment decisions related to the occupied Palestinian territory. To all intents and purposes, in the process, the government was overriding the long-standing legal distinction between Israel proper and Palestine. In effect, the UK was facilitating the settlement project that threatens to make a two-state solution impossible, while ignoring the UN resolutions it itself had helped to pass. Along with the main opposition parties and groups such as the Palestine Solidarity Campaign and Amnesty, the Balfour Project strenuously resisted the legislation. As the Conservative Party had the votes in Parliament to ram the bill through the Commons, our strategy was to play for time, prolonging the parliamentary process. When Prime Minister Sunak called an election for the 4th of July, that pernicious bill was one of the casualties. Chalk that up as a small casualty. More are needed. I would now like to introduce our first panel. Daniel Levy is here. Very good. I've just noticed him. Daniel will be well known to many of you. He's the president of the US Middle East Project, and he's an articulate and incisive voice, respected in many quarters, including at the UN Security Council, which he has been invited to address about this conflict. Nour Odeh, our other main speaker from Palestine, is a political analyst and activist from Ramallah, who was once Palestinian Prime Minister Salam Fayyad's spokesperson. She is a founding member of the Palestinian Democratic National Assembly, a relatively new party. Daniel will speak first, then Nour. After she finishes, they will have a short discussion between themselves, and then we'll open up to audience questions. Please welcome them to the stage. The microphones are on. They'll speak from here. Yeah. Okay, but we'll do Q&A from now. Okay. Daniel, maybe you'd like to come up here first. Speak from here.
Do I need to fix anything to myself, or I'm good?
It's
great.
Good.
Okay, so first of all, thank you. Thank you, Andrew, for the introduction. Thank you, Sir Vincent and Adam and Deanna and Phyllis for putting this together and for giving me the opportunity to spend a bit of the time with you. Let me try and run through a few. Let me try and run through a few things quite briefly and cover the ground that I can. And I want to start with what is going on at the moment in terms of, I think there's been some confusion since President Biden gave a speech on Friday. You have a strange statement put out now by the White House, signed by a number of countries, mostly those that have nationals or dual nationals being held in Gaza, which kind of speaks to, I'm afraid, the absurdity, and absurdity is probably a generous word for criminality, of the way that the US and the West have managed affairs in the last months. You have a statement that they've just put out. The first paragraph calls on Hamas to accept the proposal, and the second paragraph calls on Israel and Hamas. And I'm someone who believes there is absolutely a place in diplomacy for constructive ambiguity, and that there is also something called duplicity and dishonesty. And I think we've crossed that line. So it was meaningful, actually. This was a tool that the Americans had at their disposal, potentially for the last months, to actually put a plan on the table. That was potentially significant, and drawing a clear linkage to a permanent ceasefire, saying this wasn't a 6-week hiatus. This was the on-ramp to a permanent ceasefire. That, if that were to happen, then that was the bump we had to overcome for these last several months. However, it was totally predictable that the Israeli response would be yes to the bits we like and no to the bits we don't like. And therefore, within hours, the prime minister had clarified that Israel intends to continue with the war. His coalition partners did the same later on Saturday night, once the Jewish Sabbath had gone out, as did many of his Likud lawmakers. And so the question was, what would America do? Except if you were asking that question, you haven't been paying attention for the last months, because we knew what the answer was. And they caved in and walked it back. And basically said, as it became more evident that the problem here was with Jerusalem, West, we saw the US doubling down on this idea that the only people who had to give an answer was Hamas. And it's not, I don't believe that they could have given ironclad guarantees, but they could have created maximum plausibility that phase one, which would have also seen the release of the Israeli hostages, would have led to a permanent ceasefire. In the face of Netanyahu saying the opposite. And if they didn't do that, then it was clear what the outcome would be, which is where we are now, which feels very much like we're already back in the comfort zone of we can all just blame Hamas and the death, destruction, daily mass civilian killing events can continue. And that is a terrible place to be. And I think at every fork in the road where the choice was, does one have a sustained standoff with a recalcitrant Israeli leadership, or does one default to letting them off the hook? The choice has been the latter. And the latter is what has gotten us here. And if you want almost an image that captures everything, for me, it's that seaport in Gaza. There are land crossings. You can get everything you need in through the land crossings. But if you weren't prepared to use your leverage to force open the land crossings, then you drop food on Palestinians, sometimes causing fatalities because it's the worst way possible of delivering that aid. And then in your State of the Union address, you come up with this fantastical announcement about a seaport that eventually collapses into the ocean. And that's the image, and I'm not speaking in the United States. So why do I reference this? Because I also think that the US does not operate in a vacuum. And I'm not saying this would have been decisive, but I think it would have, and it still matters. What is the determination made by the UK government in terms of its weapons sales and transfers to Israel? And what is that legal advice? When does that stop? And how do we respond to the ICC and the ICJ? Like I say, I don't think that sways things, but it creates part of the environment in which the US administration operates. So that sadly is my understanding of where we are. I was asked to give a little bit of a sketch of what the dynamics are on the Israeli side. And I think it's rather transparent, actually. What you have inside the governing coalition, you have two main trends. One, and I also think that there's a terrible tendency to suffer from Bibi-itis, as if the only problem over there is this one chap, and if he goes, it will all be okay. I also, by the way, think that part of the failing in the political strategy has been to pretend that Hamas do not have considerations and equities and constituency and collective decision-making. I think the way it's portrayed is as if there's this one guy in a tunnel in their imaginations, perhaps stroking a white cat. And that's how decisions, and you don't have to give Hamas a reason to continue to go along, even with ambiguity. But going back to the Israeli side. So within that coalition, the Ben Gvir, Smotrich, and much of the Likud, and that's important to acknowledge, much of the Likud have openly called for further ethnic cleansing of Palestinians, the displacement of the population in Gaza, even though the real prize is the West Bank in that respect, and the resettling of Gaza. One position. The position that, and then it's a spectrum rather than a kind of binary. The position of Netanyahu has been, well, not resettlement, and even though ministries in my own government did put forward papers about plans to relocate Palestinians in Gaza across the border into the Sinai, that's not what I'm for. I'm just for reoccupation. The reestablishment of a military occupation that would continue. He has used the words de-radicalization. That has to happen first. Just to clarify, he didn't mean about his own society. He was talking about Gaza when he used the term de-radicalization. So that's those positions. But then this matters. The alternative position offered, and by the way, if you haven't seen it, Netanyahu's office did put out a plan for Gaza afterwards. And the best write-up of this, I know people are familiar with Adam Tooze, professor at Columbia now. He's written about the polycrisis. In his Substack, there's an amazing write-up of that. So the third position, though, which is kind of the Gantz-Lapid, is let's have an imaginary Palestinian force or the Palestinian Authority that can somehow come in on the back of Israeli tanks and go back to the pre-October 7th status quo ante. And for me, the key message is October 7th was a violation of international law. What Israel has done in response in Gaza is a violation of international law. What was happening every day from October 6th and backwards for decades in denying Palestinians their freedom and their rights was a violation of international law. And the way forward cannot be to go back to that. And I say that because I think the joint effort of the United States, trying to bring in Arab partners for that, trying to bring in and succeeding European partners, and this is the UK position as I understand it, and the supposed moderate camp in Israel, and Nour, I'm sure we'll touch on Palestinian politics, the Palestinian Authority, deeply discredited, is to try and coalesce around returning to a Potemkin peace process, a make-believe in which we actually go back and continue with a reality of apartheid. I say that because there are things that a UK government of whatever coloring can do that feed into that, and there are things they can do that challenge that. Recognition of Palestine can do either. It's actually neutral, I think, in that respect. Israel may scream and shout and make a brouhaha about it, but actually it's only meaningful if the next step is to say what we just recognized is occupied, and now what do we do in response to that? What is our relationship with I don't believe there is a settler economy and an Israeli economy, by the way. But if you want to go down that route as a way of tying people up in knots, and you can play that game, then you say, do we ban settlement products? How do we make sure that Israel is not circumventing that? What's our position in legal international fora? So the thought I would share by way of closing is the building blocks to not just get past the most crucial first point, and the most crucial first point is to end the horrors that are occurring every moment of every day to Palestinians in Gaza. To get beyond that, we need to think about four things. One, which I won't go into, is Palestinians need a national liberation movement that has a strategy that can challenge the status quo, and we don't have that. Number two, if Israel can continue to act with impunity and not be held accountable if the cost-benefit calculation of any Israeli leader is that taking on the hardliners, which go deep, deep into society and the establishment and the political class, is very costly, but not doing so means more goodies, means a roadmap 2030 to improve bilateral relations with the UK, which is what the government here did, means the Americans giving the Israelis the visa waiver during the Ben-Gvir-Smotrich government. If it's cost-free to carry on and you get normalization with Arab states thrown into the happy pie, then don't be surprised if things keep going in that direction. Only, I'm not saying Israelis can be bludgeoned and sanctioned into a full change of everything. But if you want minds to be focused, and if you want the hard questions to even be asked, let alone answered in ways that we'd like them to be answered, then you have to change the incentive structure, because we could not, I firmly believe this, we could not have gotten to where we are without this layer after layer after layer of impunity, because it allowed Israelis to not see Palestinians. Palestinians were not on the agenda. And when you don't see people, it's so much easier to dehumanize people. And we couldn't have got where we are today without that. So that's the second thing. 3 and 4 will be one sentence each. 3, this cannot be an American monopoly. We have to welcome a different set of actors, and I hope a new UK government would think long and hard about those, in particular in the global majority countries, the global South, who have stepped out, who have actually proven that they are more willing to challenge the status quo than others. And finally, what Andrew referred to at the end. All of this plays out in our domestic politics. That's understandable. That's natural. It cannot play out in the silencing, criminalizing, culture war ways, which also pit one community against another. I think it's a strategic misstep of very significant proportions that the Jewish community, in its establishment guise, has gone along with that, has volunteered to be a battering ram with other communities in this country. That is not how you build a more tolerant society in which Jewish and other communities can flourish. And if everything is anti-Semitism, if you are so expansive in your definition and so unseriousness and so willing to conflate, then nothing is anti-Semitism. People won't take it seriously. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daniel. You speak with great authority, and you've got our conference off to a great start. Let me now invite Nour to come up to the podium to tell us her perspective from Ramallah.
Thank you for having me. It's an honor to be here. And I want to start with a personal note. I am a Palestinian living in Ramallah. I'm also a diaspora Palestinian who was born in Damascus. And I have had the privilege of living and leaving a piece of my heart in Gaza. So I bring to you all of that with me as a consequence of the occupation and the impunity that we've been talking about. What is the mood in the West Bank? Let me tell you that the mood in the West Bank is everything that Gaza is experiencing, minus the destruction and the bloodshed. We are collectively traumatized. We are in agony. And I think we collectively suffer from survivor's guilt. We wake up every day fearing to hold the phone, fearing to receive news of losing loved ones or friends or colleagues, or just simply of seeing more scenes of bloodshed that we are helpless to stop. There's also that sense of abandonment, where you feel that despite everything, and those of us, people like me who have had a career in communicating, right, in different languages, at some point in our lives, we all believed that it was a matter of information, that if people just knew what was happening, if there was internet and social media during the Nakba, it couldn't have possibly happened. But the past 8 months prove that it would have, and that there would have been cheerleaders for that Nakba, for that collective and systematic effort to erase an entire people. And there would have been droves and droves of politicians who would swear that none of this was happening, that your eyes are mistaken, that children are not dying. And there would have been people like Nikki Haley signing off on bombs, cheering Israel on and telling them to finish them off. But maybe what social media has done, and where we are now, and this is where hope comes in, is why we also see that gap between where governments and the political establishment in the West is, and how disconnected it is from the general public and from people who make an effort that we really value and appreciate. And it's so important for me to convey that, because it is the one breath of fresh air that we get when we see people marching, when we see people taking a stand, knowing how costly it is. So thank you before everything else. In the West Bank, a secret war is happening, a war that is overshadowed by everything that's happening in Gaza. Entire communities are being displaced. And all the tactics that Israel has been able to normalize in Gaza are being brought to the West Bank. So when you hear of incursions in the West Bank, know that the first thing that Israeli soldiers do is block the entrances to hospitals, is plow the streets and damage the infrastructure, is destroy homes indiscriminately, and detain thousands of Palestinians, including over 80 journalists, 52 of whom remain in Israeli imprisonment. That's not counting the thousands who have been forcibly disappeared from Gaza. So there is, of course, no comparison in the level of destruction, but that reality of pain is common between the Palestinians. Everybody in the West Bank understands that they're next. That is the conviction. That is the reality that they feel. Aside from losing loved ones and not having a moment to grieve, because for 8 months, we haven't been able to take a breath. And we don't have the luxury to break down, because you need to keep moving forward and you need to keep thinking about what will happen next, knowing that nobody will come to the rescue, not even your own government. When it comes to the discussion of the day after, I think it's very emblematic of how we got here, of the idea that Palestinian agency is a gift that can be given to certain token good Palestinians, right? That we as a people who are predominantly young and extremely educated and very opinionated, that we do not have what it takes to decide for ourselves who should have the privilege of leading our nation to freedom. So ever since the Hamas takeover of Gaza, we have had everybody decide what will come of us and discuss who will lead us except us, right? And the only question we get is, who do you think can do it? Well, why don't we put it up to the test? The ballot box usually does that. But there's a risk. We don't know who's going to win. Well, isn't that how elections supposed to work? We've been denied that. I was a candidate in elections that never happened in 2021. And they didn't happen, not because we couldn't hold them, but because nobody in the West wanted them to happen. The Europeans didn't send the observers. The diplomats were very apprehensive. They were almost certain we were going to make the wrong choice. We weren't going to pick their guys. They were right. But then we were denied that chance. And what that did is allow Palestinian politics to completely disintegrate. And what it did is lock us as a people, not just in the occupied West Bank and Gaza, including Jerusalem, but every Palestinian, everywhere in the world. They have locked us in a situation where we are hostage to a divided and dysfunctional and paralyzed political system where there is no discussion. Because we are not deciding, right? There are 1 million vetoes on what can happen in Palestine. Who can participate in our political life? Who can run for elections? What is your agenda? Nobody asks us about the domestic agenda. Where do we stand on gender equality? Where do we stand on the economy? Where do we stand on education? The only thing we're asked is where do we stand on Israel, our occupier, our oppressor? The only right answer, as far as Palestinians are concerned, is we oppose the occupation, right? We want to break free. We want to be let go. But that is not the answer that everybody else is looking for. They want the Palestinian who can ensure the security of their occupier, who can play the game, the rigged game, as it has been for the past 3 decades, a dysfunctional, humiliating game that has not served the Palestinian cause and, quite frankly, has not served international law. Fast forward to 2023, we have a situation where Israel is single-handedly unraveling the international system, courtesy of Western powers who are willing to sacrifice that system, to sacrifice those standards that they claim apply to everybody in order to maintain Israeli exceptionalism. And by extension, in order to maintain a life where Palestinians will be perpetually under Israel's boot. That is a dead-end reality Palestinians cannot and will not endure or tolerate. But how do we get out of there? How do we get out of this trap while battered and bleeding and struggling to just survive? Because I'll tell you that in the past 8 months, we also learned that there are a lot of things that are worse than dying. You can still be breathing while being dead inside, while having nothing left in you to fight for. That is the most dangerous state of living one can have. So how do we do it? We count on you to pressure your governments, hopefully a new government in the UK, to take a respectable position, to stand apart from the cowboy politics of Washington, to make sense, to be consistent. I'm not even as ambitious as saying to be pro-Palestine. Just be consistent. If these rules and laws and standards are to continue being applicable to everybody, as they were so quickly and efficiently applied to Russia, then they must apply to everybody. Then otherwise, what is happening in Gaza will become the new norm, like it or not. And nobody can say otherwise. I would dare them. And I think that fear, that knowledge that what is happening today threatens everybody is the reason why you have an unprecedented historic number of countries joining South Africa's case against Israel for genocide. And the last of them was Spain. Because it's not just about what Israel is doing, and it's not just about those who are enabling it. It's about what will happen later, what will happen to others, and what kind of crazy world we're giving to our children. It's not enough that our environment is threatened. It's not enough that we have a ton of things that we're giving to our children, but we're also now giving them a world where nothing, absolutely nothing makes sense. And I think that explains in many ways why young people have taken charge, why they understand that Palestine matters, not just to Palestinians, not that just to those who share heritage, but it should matter to everybody. Because it is a litmus test, because it is a product of political failure, willful political failure. We were put under the bus 75 years ago. We were sacrificed 75 years ago. And ever since then, and all the promises and all the mirages that were marketed as horizons for us, they were not meant to deliver us to freedom. They were meant to maintain the status quo of Israeli supremacy, of Israeli impunity, and of Palestinians just playing along, waiting for that carrot that never comes. And I'm here to tell you that that formula is untenable. That this genocide means that all attempts to look for another token Palestinian will not work. They may end up causing civil war in Palestine, but they will not result in a functional government. Because somebody has to pay for what has happened to us, not just Israel. Somebody needs to be accountable. And I don't want my government to be thinking more about appeasing London and Washington and Brussels and changing the curriculum that my children learn in order to appease some white supremacist in Brussels, in order to secure the measly salaries of civil servants. That is not an equation that I want to live with. And I'm the moderate. So where are we now in Palestinian politics? Can this government survive? I'm not sure. I think it's on life support. It's a very comfortable setting for those who want to do nothing. Keep a Palestinian government we can talk to when it pleases us. It can deliver nothing unless we give it to it. That is untenable. It is dangerous. And it's a formula for disaster. Palestinian agency is not something that should be given to Palestinians. It's not something it's not a gift. It is a right. But in order for us to exercise it, we have to have that space. And we have to have all the players participate. Those that I like and those that I don't. That is the very definition of democracy. I want all of them, Hamas and Islamic Jihad and Fatah and everybody. They need to be held accountable. And the only way to do that is for them to participate in political life and be accountable. And if we can put up with Ben Gvir, if we can put up with Smotrich, then by God, put up with our people. Okay? Let us hold them accountable. Because otherwise, the option that we're being given is either civil war, a fractured, paralyzed political system where there's no horizon for participation for women or men, and thus endless occupation. It is untenable. Thank you.
Nour, I think I can say from the bottom of my heart, people were listening, waiting on every word of yours. Thank you for being here. Thank you for speaking so honestly and with such courage about what needs to be done here. I think from the nodding of heads that I saw and the attention, there's little disagreement over the analysis of what's gone wrong. What should be done? What should be done now? You started to identify some of the things, the need for Palestinian elections, the need for genuine Palestinian agency, not outsiders picking and choosing their favorite leaders. Is that going to be accepted by the international community? It's the question that you're raising. And there are some serious doubts about whether that will be the case based on the past record. But what needs to happen now, immediately? Because elections aren't going to happen this year. With the destruction in Gaza, it's going to need some time. What should happen once the fighting stops in Gaza? What's your idea about what should be done to be able to ensure that there's a transition from this disaster to something better?
Well, in Palestinian political tradition, we have something that is loosely defined as consensus, whereby the political actors agree on how to move forward. And I think that is possible without the vetoes hovering over everybody's head, to using that tradition to form a body that can manage the mammoth task of reconstructing Gaza, of healing, and of reunifying the Palestinian political system, right, between the West Bank and Gaza. And that body should be in charge of preparing for elections when they are practical and possible. And I agree with you, it would take some time. But without Palestinians knowing that this body that is taking charge of that period is the product of consensus, it will be extremely difficult, if not impossible, for it to have legitimacy and for it to have a practical ability to be in Gaza and to work. There is a tendency, especially in Washington, to talk about Hamas as if it's only relevant for ceasefire, right? So we'll talk to them, we'll get the captives out, and then we'll annihilate them, and they'll be happy with that, right? They'll be okay with that. Well, I mean, it's nonsensical. I don't want to say idiotic, but here it is. That's not how it's going to work, right? And so that kind of consensus, I think, would help give us some hope that there would be a way forward for this. But a PA that comes in spite of everything that has happened, is not going to be able to deliver what it should. And Hamas, without the world, will also fail.
Absolutely. Daniel, you follow these things very closely and you have some understanding of the different plans that are being floated, are being cooked up in different quarters. We saw recently from the Arab League summit a proposal for international UN trusteeship over the area. Probably a non-starter in my view, but at least it's being put forward as an idea. What do you think is the most realistic plans that we could imagine, the best case scenario for future governance?
There isn't one. And I don't spend too much of my time poring over the details of fantasies. That's why my emphasis is not to get dragged into this up to a point, and I'll come back to that, but I'll say, you know, I won't unpack the whole thing again because it would be real boring and repetitive. The incentive structure on the Israeli side, it always comes down to that, always comes down to what they can get away with. And it's really not that complicated, actually. Yes, there are plenty of things about this and about any issue that are complicated, but there's a fundamental here that's not that complicated. The caveats to that are Number one, people in Gaza need to be provided for, not least the situation of scorched earth and hellscape that has been created there. I think the reality will be that it will be a muddle through, that there will be aid agencies, UN agencies, others. I mean, what's this World Central Kitchen story, right? The people whose workers were killed in an Israeli strike. What's the story with that? That was in order to replace UNRWA, amongst other things. Jose Andreas is a Washington, do-gooder, fine. Great, well done. He was the most convenient guy. His setup was the most convenient setup the Israelis could possibly find. Friends of Israel put him up to this. He started his work in the region, providing for displaced Israelis from the October 7th attack, which isn't a bad thing, but just so we understand who this person is, what that setup was.
Yeah.
Because you didn't have the guts to turn around and say, Israel, you're fabricating this about UNRWA. We're not going along with you. We're not playing your games. And if you can't even do that, then really you're going to impose an international trusteeship? So I think we will muddle through. You create the best conditions for that, but you have to create the building blocks for something different, which isn't about funneling things back into, my mind isn't giving me an option, but to say the word bullshit. So Nour said something really important, which was that the Western powers are willing to sacrifice the international system, and I'd add an already very fragile international system, to maintain Israeli exceptionalism. Look, it's hardly breaking news, hypocrisy, double standards. The thing about this moment, which you pointed to, Nour, is the inflationary cycle that we are in when it comes to the cost you have to pay for that. To run cover for something that is also not good for your security, not good for anyone, I would argue, not good for Israeli Jews either. So the inflationary cost of running cover for this under the current circumstances is staggering. But if we have governments that are willing to do that, then the idea that you can make a decent plan out of things that are totally flawed, I don't think is plausible. And therefore, I think one has to keep the pressure up. But you also need Palestinians are going to have to seize leadership, seize agency. It's not going to be given to them as
leadership. You want me to go home or to go to prison?
I want you to go home, although it would be totally pleasant to have you stay in London. But yeah, that's.
No, I agree. We do need to seize agency.
So let's look ahead. And this will be my last question before opening to the audience. We've got an important ruling coming up from the International Court of Justice, which is expected next month, on the legality of the occupation. That could result in a moment where the world is saying, this is illegal, and there are consequences that flow from that. Is there a chance that we can break that exceptionalism? Is there a chance that people will say, well, this doesn't really matter at the end of the day?
I think we are at a moment in history where there is a chance if we keep it up. And I would add to that even if this genocidal war ends tomorrow, collectively, we need to continue acting as if nothing has changed, because it wouldn't have changed, right? As Daniel was saying, what was happening before October 7th was also illegal and untenable and intolerable. So this is not just about this war, it's about the reality of keeping Palestinians captive in an illegal occupation. Countries like Spain and Ireland and Norway and Slovenia that have recently joined the majority of the world in recognizing Palestine have an opportunity to take the lead in translating that recognition into action, like Spain did today. because recognition should also mean sanctions. It should also mean an arms embargo. It should mean accountability. If the occupation and maintaining this exceptionalism doesn't become costly, Israel will not feel the need to make a choice. In fact, it will be motivated to stay the course, because so far it's been a sweet deal.
Daniel, are we wrong to pin hopes on the significance of this ruling?
No, because those are really important pieces in the building blocks to challenging the impunity. The South African case, on which you weren't referring to, but on the contraventions of the Genocide Convention and the provisional measures, matter not because they can be enforced and not because the behavior changes the next day. Although, by the way, you now see the Israelis saying, we're opening an investigation into how the investigations won't go anywhere. But this is exposing vulnerabilities. So it does matter. It gives you the basis from which to move on. 25 states and regional groupings in their submissions to the case you were referring to at the ICJ over the third-party responsibilities and consequences of prolonged occupation as an advisory opinion asked for by the UN General Assembly. 25 states and regional groupings referenced apartheid in their submissions after the reports of Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, and others and their work. And that matters. The mobilization that we're seeing is, I'd never heard of Kelani, and I might even be pronouncing her name wrong. But it's good, so there's someone who does. I had heard of Macklemore. But we're in a whole different space now in terms of what this mobilization, what this movement is capable of, because no, governments aren't going to immediately change their positions. But as citizens, we are voters, we are consumers, we choose which products to buy and not to buy. Interesting decisions have been made by Pret-a-Manger and others. We are sometimes union members. What do union workers in a given port decide what to unload and not unload if arms are passing through your port? You know, what happened in Glasgow a few nights ago, where a women's European football qualifying match between the Scottish and Israeli teams had to be played behind closed doors. That's significant because that disrupts sport. Sport is an ungoverned space. Stadiums are ungoverned spaces. And I'm not going to draw a one-to-one analogy with South Africa, but imposing sanctions on individual settlers, how does that impact the majority of Israelis? Do they lose something? Do they feel, oh, I've got to rethink this? If their sports teams if there were disruption caused in sport and they couldn't play, by the way, they're violating the rules of football's governing body by having teams in the settlements recognized as the state of Palestine that are allowed to participate in the Israeli league. But that's not going to be a decision that FIFA takes. That's going to be a decision that fans take by making this too costly to allow Israel to continue to participate. And then average Israelis will say, oh man, that's rubbish. God, those bloody Palestinians and they're bloody. But what about me? I want my football team. Mate, do we have to look at the Palestinian question differently? That's how you change how people think.
Right, let's over to you. Friends, it's your turn. I'll take the gentleman over there right by the side, first of all.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for thank you very much for very interesting talks. I've got a question of 16 words. Will the continuation of the war in the Middle East lead to a Trump presidency and therefore lead to a world where the politics of fascism reigns supreme? Thank you.
Answer.
One at a time? Or?
Yes, please. Sorry, I was distracted by this mic.
I think it could very well bring Trump, but that is on Biden. I'm not sure what will happen in November. I think a lot can happen. But I do fear that Trump's chances became significantly better because Biden chose his ideological leanings over the voting patterns and the demands of his constituency in the Democratic Party. He is disconnected from where his party is at. And I think that will be his legacy. What we will do with the Trump presidency, God help us all, I'm not sure. I would hope that the world doesn't deal with Trump this time around if he comes the way they did last time, which is to cower away and not challenge and just pray that they wouldn't be the subject of his wrath. Because if his policies aren't confronted, then we all stand to lose, as you said.
Daniel, do you want to add?
Look, apparently Biden has a different calculation, and apparently he's number crunching shows something else. I don't know whether he feels that people are going to be swayed by him putting out a plan like he did last week. I don't think that will be the case. I think he has a read of American politics and of not getting on the wrong side of Israel inside American politics, which is anachronistic for a Democrat president. But yeah, we shall see.
Thanks. I recognize the gentleman in the blue sweater over there. Then I think the lady also had a hand up also. Go ahead, please.
I was a member of the European Parliament for 15 years, and during that time, for a large part of it, chair of what was known as the Euro-Arab Group. I am therefore steeped in frustration. But I want to look on the bright side on the basis of what you were saying about the possibility of elections taking place. Let's assume that there is a ceasefire which appears to be durable and an independent body is agreed to control those elections. Is there a realistic hope that it could produce the kind of election that we could in any way recognize? In other words, a limited number of political parties organized in a way that they could hold a campaign, and at the end of it, that there would be 2 or 3 groups maybe that could form a coalition that could actually manage the situation from that point on?
I think you'll have more than 2 or 3 groups.
Perhaps I might just add, would Hamas dominate?
Yeah, I was waiting for that. Hamas, I think, will have a considerable portion, but they will not have a supermajority. I don't think. It all depends on when and how elections are held. We have a very robust elections commission that has been recognized as independent and able to carry out and monitor elections independently and fairly. And this is why we got the wrong results in 2006 and got sanctioned for them by electing Hamas. But I do think that if we get to elections, you will see a parliament that needs to work together in order to form a government. You will not have a supermajority for anybody or even a simple majority. But more importantly, elections shouldn't be limited to the PA. Elections should be part of a pathway to rebuild the PLO. And the Legislative Council of the PA is part of the PLO's legislature. So what we would hold, the elections we would hold in the OPT would be part of a process to reimagine, redesign, redefine our liberation movement, our sole and legitimate representative as a people, wherever we may be, our collective home if you will, politically. But that starts with consensus, because we also can't hold elections everywhere. Some countries are a bit allergic to the word elections and the concept of elections where there is a large Palestinian constituency in the region. So we would have to figure a way out to ensure representation. But certainly, you would have a very vibrant, I think, political scene.
I have a follow-up to that. Do we need to wait for President Abbas to leave the scene politically before there can be a genuine revival of Palestinian democracy?
Well, I don't want to have an opinion on what God decides, but I think that currently, and given all the vetoes that we talked about, it is difficult for me to imagine a situation where the president would lead that process. I think he is more comfortable with the status quo despite its dysfunctional attributes. And it's been made comfortable by countries that support the status quo in the West and in the region, unfortunately.
Thanks. Time for one lady here, please, at the front. There's a microphone coming to you.
Thank you very much for absolutely fascinating presentations. First of all, I'd like to say I agree with the anger about the so-called maritime corridor. Could not agree more with you. And I also agree with that change is through changing of hearts and minds of citizens. What does that say about the potential timing of an end to this tragedy? Because changing man's hearts and minds takes time.
Mhm. I don't think that only public or public opinion will end this genocidal war. This genocidal war needs to end by a political decision, right? And so a lot of actors are involved. In Arabic, we have a saying, when you have too many cooks, usually the food burns.
Mhm.
But unfortunately, we do have too many cooks right now, and they all need to be involved. I think the tragically weakened component of that is the Palestinian component, where you don't have Palestinians setting the agenda. But even without that, I think a lot can be said and done from governments that want to be set apart from those failed policies in order to make sure that not only does the killing stop, but that it stops in a politically sustainable and correct manner. Because I think the most catastrophic outcome to this tragedy would be if the US is allowed to say, we're back to October 6th and everything is fine. I think that's the danger we should all try to avoid or defeat.
Thanks. Daniel, do you want to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, look, the immediate tragedy, which is what's going on every day in Gaza specifically, has one pathway, and the broader question of Palestinian dispossession and denial of rights and freedoms and achieving those, and therefore having a prospect of security for Palestinians and Israelis alike. That's a different track, essentially, right? So if we're talking about the first one, I think that the fast track to that, to me, has been clear for some time, which is that America would have to use its leverage with Israel. It conspicuously refuses to do so, and therefore it's 8 months and counting. But yeah, I think that there are other things going on which are going to influence the next phases. One is, okay, Rafah, horrendous. Now what? Now, it was, well, if we take out the last 4 battalions, then the war is won. I think one of the staggering things for Israelis, I think there's an additional element of shock for Israelis. not just of October 7th, but of how the deep systemic dysfunctionality of their system has been exposed subsequently, not just in its cruelty, but also in its failings. The resilience of Hamas on the ground, the inability to free hostages, take out leaders. When you destroy everything, it means you weren't capable of actually getting the targets you claim matter. Add to that what's going on in the north of Israel. On fire, people displaced. So what we're actually seeing is a quite significant shift that we pretend to ignore of the balance of forces on the battlefield and therefore the balance of power. Also, what happened in the exchange with Iran. So all of this is a humiliation that Israel has never experienced, which is why the Israeli military is probably most of the leadership of that military is now the most significant lobby for a ceasefire, because they are stretched, they are exhausted, they are running out of manpower. Reservists aren't showing up. They're cutting short, and a number of Israelis at 18 don't go straight into the military. These are approved programs with the military that they do for a year, like something called the Hesdel Yeshiva, which I won't go into. They're cutting off those programs. They're saying we need these 18-year-olds in basic training now, so we can be sending them in a few weeks' time. Israel hasn't experienced massive fatalities. But what has gone on is, if this were the UK or the US in Iraq or Afghanistan, the time for medical evacuation of injured to substandard medical facilities means people would have died. In Israel, they're straight out to top hospitals. But that means people that have life-changing injuries on the Israeli side as well. What I'm painting is a picture that many inside the Israeli system know is not working and they want to bring an end to, but that doesn't align with Netanyahu's calculation. But eventually we're going, if the absence of leverage continues, what you will have is a different phase. A phase in which there will be less intensity, there won't be new areas to invade, and I think that will make it easier to get more of the humanitarian stuff in. I'm not painting a happy picture. I'm just this is the two realistic tracks are
Minnesota
pressure.
light.
Yeah.
We're going to have to stop in a minute, but I'm going to give one final quick question, I hope, Dawn. Could you give the microphone over in the middle, please? The gentleman in the middle. We are running a little bit over for this panel.
Thank you, Nour and Daniel. It's been sad but wonderful to listen to. The Palestinian population within Israel have been largely silenced.
Mhm.
I'm just wondering, they do have a vote. Is there any way that they can play a part in shaping this narrative into the future by organizing themselves better?
I think they can have a role in making sure that they are a formidable bloc, but they can never be part of mainstream Israeli politics, because mainstream Israeli politics negates them, their history, and why they're Israeli citizens to begin with. That conversation of why are there Palestinians in Israel and who are they and what is their relation with the state, I think has yet to be had and cannot be had, I think, in current circumstances. And so my best hope is to see something like the joint Arab list that we saw a few years back that had 15 votes, that was a bloc that people can count on. But they can never be part of mainstream Israeli politics, because Israel is not a state for all its citizens. It defines itself otherwise.
Thanks very much to Nour and Daniel. Now invite my colleague Ahmed to come up and moderate the next session.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the. You can't hear me? Let's bring this up a bit. Is that better? Yes? Any better? That's it. Good. Thank you, Nour, Daniel, and Andrew for that sombering first session. Powerful, but sombering. My name is Ahmed Karan. I am a trustee of the Balfour Project. I am the executive director of an organization called Initiatives of a Change International, which focuses on peace building, leadership, and integrity in public life. On a personal note, I was born and brought up in Gaza. I've been living in this country for the last 22 years, but my whole family is in Gaza. And today they're in the north of Gaza. More than 70 of them, my relatives, have died. The last one is Malak, who's 10 years old, who's still under the rubble. She's my niece, and all my sister wants is to say goodbye to her daughter. My family lost 11 homes so far, and it's only a tiny proportion of what other families have endured. Hence, it is an honor to be introducing a fellow Gazan, Ahmed. Ahmed is an environmental scientist by profession. He's based in Manchester. He was visiting Gaza. He was in Gaza visiting his family on the 7th of October. He stayed there until December when he left through Egypt. And by the way, I was meant to land in Egypt and be in Gaza on the 10th of October, but that wasn't meant to happen. And to stay on until November. So while in Gaza, Muhammad living what everybody else was living, he helped set up a media project called Amplify Gaza Stories, relaying to the world what he could capture of the suffering testimonies of what people, families have experienced of the horrors of Israel's war. Back in the UK, Muhammad continues to be deeply engaged. He and the team who make up Amplify Gaza Stories have been raising funds to support those starving families in Gaza. And they have been doing this through community-led food projects and in collaboration with local organizations. Ahmed will speak for about 10 to 15 minutes. He will give us his testimony. And before I hand over to you, Muhammad, just to say thank you for what you've done and what you're doing to our people, for our people in these catastrophic times. Thank you, Muhammad.
Not sure where to put this. Can everybody hear me okay? Great. Shukran, Ahmed, thank you for your introduction. Also sorry to hear about the family. I guess each person in Gaza has a similar loss and a similar story. So it's an honor to be here with you today. I'd just like to thank Andrew and Diana and the rest of the Balfour Committee for inviting me and organizing this. Being here in Bush House is quite interesting. As a child in Gaza in the early 1990s, I used to listen to the BBC World Service religiously. It's a habit that I picked up from my grandmother during Operation Desert Storm. It helped during the continuous Israeli-imposed curfew to not find out the news. And I remember sending letters to the BBC addressed to Bush House. And a few months later, an envelope of magazines and goodies came from the BBC. I guess it was testament to British soft power. And I was easy prey to it, having moved back to Gaza from the UK in the middle of the First Intifada. So yeah, attending here in Bush House has given me pangs of nostalgia for an institution that I used to have a lot of respect for, and I guess I'm more skeptical of it now. I don't know if that sounds familiar to anyone. Now, as someone who's an atmospheric environmental scientist at a conference in a history department, I feel like a massive imposter. I should probably be telling you about air pollution in Gaza as a result of Israel's war, but here's the thing. We should be discussing environmental recovery and post-conflict reconstruction and rehabilitation. But ultimately, it wouldn't take long to tell you that we're seeing massive increases in air pollution. It wouldn't take long, it doesn't take my qualifications to tell you that burning wood and rubbish is bad for human health in Gaza. So, and more importantly, it's this genocidal attack that is driving all of this, and that's the more pressing issue. So today, what I'm going to talk about is going to be a whirlwind kind of meander really through my experiences under Israeli occupation in Gaza, in Palestine, kind of starting from the 90s and then culminating in the recent genocide. As Ahmed said, I was there for 65 days from October to December last year. So, and I guess starting with the most recent, during that time, I witnessed what can only be described as a medieval level siege carried out with 21st century technology, and it really gives us pause to think about how, as a species, we have reached space, the final frontier, but we're yet to actually conquer and tame the fundamental frontier of our humanity, this monkey brain that makes survival about this us versus them zero-sum game. Now, in addition to mourning between 100 and 200 of both my father's and mother's family and countless friends and other relatives, like my cousin Hammam al-Ghalayini, who was shot at point blank range in the house that him and his family were sheltering in, alongside several others of his brothers and in-laws, or thinking of my friend Sabir, who was praying at Al-Aqsa Hospital in Deir al-Balah, the hospital that has recently been inundated as a result of the bombing of the UN school in the middle area. He was praying there, visiting a friend of his, missile attack, lost his leg. Or my friend Khaled, who I met in late September, a few days before everything. Khaled was a newly qualified nurse. When the Israeli attack began, he went to volunteer at the Shifa hospital and remained there, coming and going and volunteering until March, when the last Israeli assault on the hospital happened. He was ordered to leave with others, and a quadcopter machine gun picked him out as he was fleeing. I'd add to this the wholesale destruction of Gaza's institutions, from universities to hospitals, schools, the parliamentary building. If you have elections, I don't know where the parliament in Gaza will sit, but anyway, that is a tomorrow problem. And ultimately, no one has been spared from this. On a personal level, I've watched either on social media or got the news about the destruction of every home that I have known in Gaza. My father's IVF practice that was preeminent in its field was damaged to the point of being non-functional. He employed 50 people and they supported hundreds of dependents. That's the way it is in Gaza. Anyway, through the lens of my experiences, I'd like to examine what I see as the way forward. I'm going to pose some questions about how current political institutions, how representative they are, and to also question the need for a reboot of Palestinian political institutions. I guess really kind of chiming in a sense to what Nour was saying, and also some of the things that Daniel was talking about as well. Okay. But I guess also in addition to kind of representation within Gaza itself, I think it's thinking also about the diaspora and the power that we wield over here, partly in the form of the burgeoning protest and direct action movement that is, I think, a real power broker in some sense. That's my opinion, anyway. So anyway, in present company, I guess it goes without saying that we face massive challenges when it comes to Palestinian self-determination. And I guess I hope that I could provide a useful contribution to progress this discussion about peace and justice and how to get there. So I guess now let's go back in time a bit to the First Intifada. I remember standing on the pier of Gaza's harbor with my friend Yasmine. I was kind of wondering about freedom and liberation. It was, it was still in the middle of the First Intifada, not long after Operation Desert Storm. And I asked Yasmine, I don't know why, I guess I saw her as a source of wisdom. Maybe we were just chatting. I said, who do you think is going to liberate Palestine? And she said, Abu Ammar. I guess we all know Abu Ammar. Yes, okay, right. And without batting an eyelid, I guess my childhood naivety accepted that the PLO represented by Abu Ammar would do that. They held our faith in that respect. Although, I guess if we fast forward a few years and we've got Abu Mazen and Abu Ammar signing the Declaration of Principles on the White House lawn. I guess even then, the thread was starting to unravel. It seemed like this limited autonomy in Gaza and Jericho first didn't seem like the liberation of Palestine. Okay, there was some hope inspired by seeing Israeli troops withdrawing from the Ansar II prison, where many Palestinians had been detained by Israel and tortured, by seeing the Palestinian Legislative Council being vacated as a center of the Israeli administrative authorities, and seeing those Israeli soldiers replaced with men with guns who I guess were more of me. So yeah, I guess I came to age politically in the 1990s, and at that stage, the Oslo process was floundering. We had a maelstrom of settlement expansion, attacks on worshippers by Baruch Goldstein and others like him, bomb attacks on Israeli buses, and the shooting of Rabin by Yigal Amir. And I think that was when Netanyahu rose to power. So it's safe to say that the period of hope was quite short-lived. Considering, I guess, the Palestinian political leadership at the time, it's quite easy with hindsight to see where they went wrong. They signed away the Palestinian struggle to, deferring it to be resolved by, in final status negotiations, but also they silenced really important players in the Palestinian body politic, and that was a fatal mistake. I guess you can look back and say, okay, Abu Ammar was playing this very intricate, dangerous game of kind of trying to consolidate power and get legitimacy from Israel and the West, and at the same time turning something of a blind eye to resistance. But I guess it's a game that he ultimately paid with his life. So I guess we'll fast forward now to the present, similar to Ahmed. I have been living in the UK for about 20 years. I meant to, it was meant to be a short-lived study and then go back, but the deteriorating situation there meant that career progression took precedence because there was nothing to go back to in Gaza. So this October, I traveled back, September, I traveled back with the intention of actually going back to resettle. And then came October the 7th, I ended up leaving our apartment with just a few clothes and a few items. And I guess in a tale as old as 48, I thought we'd be back in 2 weeks. And as Ahmed said, we set up Amplify Gaza Stories, and that continues to now. Now, I guess while in Gaza, I was also taking lots of requests for media appearances and to in quote tell the Palestinian story. But it was quite clear that what they wanted was a sanitized kind of version, seeing Palestinians as just the human story without the politics. I think I remember once a producer saying to me, you're not here to comment on politics. You're here to just tell us about what life is like. But I'm like, well, life is devoid of talking about politics. We can't talk about life in Gaza. And I wanted to talk about the hypocrisy of political powers and how the strategy of containment of Palestinians had led us to the stage that we were in. What they wanted was depoliticized and Palestinian agency being removed, and Palestinians at worst being treated as these violent anti-Semites, and at best, pawns on a chessboard of wider political interests. Okay, so I guess just reflecting, and I will finish quite soon, reflecting on the Palestinian leadership. It's obvious that they were in ways, a weaker party in the region, subservient to the needs of others and interests of others. And then, so I guess that then brings me to the big question of what next for Gaza and the West Bank. How can we transition from what we have now? I guess I'm talking politically, but also in terms of the genocide, to a just and lasting peace. What's really scary, and I think it was Daniel that mentioned it, that the Israelis want to do in Gaza, Ben Gvir and Smotrich wants to do in the West Bank what they're doing in Gaza at the moment. So, when talking about the day after, British politicians speak of good Palestinians, but good Palestinians are the ones that submit to what Israel and the West wants. And really what we need is true redress, equality, self-determination, justice. Without justice, we can't have peace. And so I guess I'm talking about a one-state solution, from my mind anyway, somewhere where there isn't a primacy, Jewish supremacy over everyone else. Will that be hard? Yes, but what would be even harder and even worse would be the continuation of the status quo. Basically thinking of the status quo and the current trajectory, it sets us up for the inevitability of other October 7s happening if we just go back to October 6th, accept it. I'd like to use an analogy from nuclear physics, thinking of the systems of control that Israel puts in to control Palestinians. They're a bit like the systems that control fission in a nuclear reactor. Very complex systems designed not to fail, but every human design system will fail. And when it fails, we've seen the consequences. Okay. Yeah. So I guess I'll finish off with the issue of representation. It was something that I'm glad was mentioned by Nour and Daniel. I think there's really a need now for true agency for Palestinians, for representation, really to represent the full diversity of Palestinians, both within Gaza and abroad. And yeah, it's thorny thinking of the Arab states especially. I think also it's really important to acknowledge that Palestinians in the diaspora have been leaders of the direct action movement that's been a massive disruptor of those complicit with genocide. And I think that as a source of power should in some way be acknowledged. It's a power base that has to be reckoned with. Now, I guess, going back to history, if the PLO came out of the Palestinian student movement in the 1950s and 60s, then how about, as a national liberation movement, PLO 2.0 that will come out of movements like Palestine Action, and others who are running companies like Elbit and Barclays out of towns in the UK. The main branch of Barclays in Manchester was shut for 5 days as the result of a disruption. It's things like this that, as we were saying earlier, will make the complicity feel more costly, and that would bring about change. So to conclude, Yeah, Palestinians definitely, we're not going to be given this agency though. Like we definitely have to seize agency. Palestinian, you know, like what's it? Frederick Douglass, a African-American freed slave, said, "Power concedes nothing without demand." And I guess the demand is coming from different sides. So I guess I'll leave you with this, you know, this message, you know, hopefully to work on, you know, ensuring that, I guess, supporting Palestinian seizing agency is what I'd end with, and thus, you know, letting peace prevail for all between the river and the sea. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohammed. Let's just take a moment in silence, please, to just take in what we've heard from Mohammed and to think of the victims of this war, all the victims of this war, please. Thank you, and thank you again, Mohammed. We weren't going to take questions at this moment, so we will move to our next speaker, our last speaker before the break. It is my honor, please, to introduce Agnès Callamard. Agnès is the Secretary General of Amnesty International. And in that capacity, she's leading Amnesty's human rights work and setting its strategic agenda. Daniel touched on this, but in 2022, Amnesty International produced its report entitled Israel's Apartheid Against Palestinians, Cruel System of Domination and Crime Against Humanity. Israel's Apartheid Against Palestinians, Cruel System of Domination and Crime Against Humanity. Imagine if this was taken seriously at the time by the powers that be. At the same time, Human Rights Watch and Israel's leading human rights organization, B'Tselem, also issued similar reports. Agnes's commitment to human rights goes back a while. In 2016, she was appointed UN Special Rapporteur on extrajudicial killing, summary and arbitrary killings. Alongside her UN work, Agnès was also the director of Global Freedom of Expression at Columbia University in New York, where, as we know, there's been a firestorm over freedom of expression in the last few months. Agnès is also a strong advocate of freedom of expression, a feminist, and an anti-racism activist. Agnès will speak now for about 20 minutes and has kindly agreed to answer questions from the audience in the hall. Welcome, Agnès.
Maybe I'm gonna sit down. Thank you very much for the invitation. A pleasure to be here and a great honor to be invited to deliver the keynote address. It's a bit intimidating after such.
Sorry, Agnès. Can you bring it to your mouth? Let me see. Is this working? Yeah, maybe.
So I was saying it's a bit intimidating to be speaking after such distinguished speakers. Over the last 7 months, we have been plunged back to a future we don't want, back to a future we were promised would occur never again. A promise made to every one of us, with the exception of none of us. The 1948 Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the 1948 Genocide Convention, the 1948 Geneva Convention. They promised not only to condemn horror to the past, but to set out a path forward to universal human dignity. Tragically, the community of nations caused that promise to blur, weaken, and fade. A deepening erosion of the rule-based order caused not only by massive human rights violations, but crucially by their heartless justification in the name of self-defense, counterterrorism, national security, make your pick. It is leading us to the very brink of a pre-1948 abyss, an abyss worsening under the spread of inequality globally and an escalating climate crisis. But many people are already in the abyss. Since October 7, the day when Hamas committed these crimes against Israeli citizens and others, the world has been made the seemingly powerless witness of the most organized, deliberate destruction of people, of international rule, of international law. Those very rules that were supposed to keep shut the doors to hell. Palestinians have been indiscriminately or deliberately targeted. They have been starved, denied medicine, punished collectively. Palestinians, the very victims who had been forgotten in 1948. While we were celebrating a new world order, hundreds of thousands of Palestinians were enduring the Nakba, forcibly disappeared and many killed. Responsibility for the current conflict does not lie solely on the Israeli political and military authorities, Hamas, and other armed groups operating in Gaza. No, we must consider how other states, our international institutions, and mechanisms for justice, which are supposed to safeguard against hellish scenarios, how all of them have failed to do so. So let me first highlight from an international standpoint the violations being committed. The first ones on October 7, first quotation mark, I'll go back to that. But let's begin with October 7, with Hamas attack resulting in the death of over 1,000 people, most of them Israeli citizens, civilians, 1,000 more wounded, and some 245 people taken hostage. These are war crimes, according to Amnesty International, possibly crime against humanity, according to the ICC, and actual crimes against humanity. Hamas and other armed groups have continued to hold hostages in spite of the repeated demands for their relief, including from their anguished families. They are firing indiscriminately rockets toward population centers in Israel, creating fears and insecurity. Both are also war crimes. In response to October 7, Israel instigated a campaign of retaliation against Hamas that soon became a campaign of collective punishment against the Palestinian people. They have launched targeted, indiscriminate, or disproportionate attacks on Gaza, decimating entire Palestinian families, as we have heard from Ahmed just now. Killing large number of civilians every single day. More than 37,000 have been killed. 30,000 have been killed over 8 months since the Israeli offensive began. That includes over 15,000 children. 82,000 people have been injured, life-changing injuries for many, and thousands more are missing, likely buried in rubble. The UN estimates that at least 70 or 75% of civilian infrastructures are destroyed. Close to 2 million Palestinians have been forcibly displaced and displaced at least once, and many have been forced to move several times. Israeli authorities have denied Palestinian access to humanitarian assistance, that to a war crime, through the closure of border crossings, such as very recently the closure of Rafah border, and the systematic obstruction at Israeli-controlled crossing point. In South while an overwhelming majority of the world populations and of the world government have demanded a ceasefire and called for justice, the US, Israel, and their few allies have carried on regardless. The rules do not apply to them. The mockery made of international law and institutions in Gaza is sadly not isolated. It has deep roots. Over the last 20 years, the US post-9/11 war on terror has been adopted or mimicked by governments the world over. It has been deployed to expand the reach and range of self-defense measures, resulting in conflict without geographical, time, or goal boundaries. It has been deployed to tackle with the barest of restraint whoever and whatever authorities deem to constitute a loosely defined but widely applied terrorist threat. The extraordinary level of civilian killings in Gaza is a logical consequence of a framework that, expanding over the last 20 years, has served to pervert, erode, and dismantle international law, and along with it, the protection and even the principle of universality. And we can see that, we have seen that throughout the last 8 months. The language of counterterrorism, the constant reference to Hamas as a terrorist group, as if that justified every single one of those violations. The mockery of international law in Gaza comes hot on the heels of Russia's aggression against Ukraine, a flagrant rule breaking, which Russia too has nevertheless sought to justify over and over, along with its indiscriminate attacks on densely populated civilian area. A third permanent member of the Security Council, China, is also acting against international law, providing arms and financial support to Myanmar's military while shielding itself against scrutiny for its own crimes against humanity, against Uyghur and other Muslim minorities in China. But the war in Gaza may well be the curtain call. The risk of genocide, or indeed the actual genocide for many scholars. The gravity of the violations being committed, the fact that they are broadcasted every day, that we are made the witness of them every day. The flimsy justification by elected officials in Western democracies. All of these warn of a change of eras and the possible total collapse of the rule-based order that has governed international affairs since the end of World War II. The consequence of such abandonment will be too apparent: more instability, aggression, conflict, suffering, and spreading more palpable anger across all layers of society, of course in Gaza, of course in the West Bank, but I can assure you, in many, many other places. Anger in all corners of the earth, possibly except among those positioned to reap whatever solid rewards can be extracted from the breaking international system. In the face of these bleakest of scenarios, it would be all too easy to give in to despair or indeed to more anger and violence. But this is no option. At least this is not my option. Certainly not for those of us living in relative privilege and peace. Who are we to give up when those far more exposed offer us such extraordinary examples? Look at the formidable resilience of the Palestinian people in Gaza, the West Bank, and the unrelenting advocacy of the diaspora. Look, too, at the relatives and loved ones of Hamas hostages who are demanding an end to hostilities. Look at the many, maybe not enough, but many, nevertheless, Israelis demanding equality, peace, and security for all. We should look too to the outpouring of global solidarity from people around the world, tirelessly demanding an end to the bloodshed. Every week, they are on the street, everywhere, demanding the release of the hostages. According to Amnesty International record of protests, we have never seen such number of protests the world over, week after week after week. We should look too to the civil society actors, to the legal scholars and law firms working to document evidence of crimes against international law, drawing media attention to their findings, advocating to protect the rule of law. Brave action in the face of circumstances so urgent and grave that Amnesty, for example, has taken policy position without precedent, such as calling for a ceasefire, such as demanding an end to military occupation, or such as warning that genocide is underway. In fact, yes, international law is breaking down, but I've never heard more people calling and naming international law, including among the protesters. It's unbelievable how people are calling and looking at international law right now, in spite of or because of the destruction of it. We should look too to the public position taken by the UN Secretary General, the head of UN agencies and humanitarian organizations, who often speak or don't speak, in fact. I've never seen them being so loud and so clear about what's happening. We should look too to the UN General Assembly stepping in where the Security Council failed and adopting by a huge majority resolution calling for a ceasefire. We should look too to government of countries that were not represented in the 1948 process because they were fighting against under the weight of colonialism. And they stepped up. South Africa filed cases before the International Court of Justice, alleging that Israel's conduct violated the 1948 Genocide Convention. The ICJ itself has risen to the challenge and continues to rise to the challenge. The ICC prosecutor finally has demonstrated that no one is above the law, issuing requests for arrest warrants against leaders on both sides. Yes, serious question had been raised about the ICC's willingness to pursue charges, including in the context of the Israel-Gaza or Palestinian conflict. We at Amnesty International had criticized them for being so silent. Well, finally, they did act. He did act. And he demonstrated that he can, that institution can resist undue influence. And it is an important message to all parties to the conflict. So what more needs to be done? We have all these examples and we need to build on them. They are formidable moments for the global community coming together. But of course, we need more. Clearly, we need the ceasefire, the release of civilian hostages, stop to the Rafah ground operations. We must be ending the continuing transfer of weapons and military equipment, including from the US, UK, European government. They must all refrain from shielding the Israeli authorities from international accountability. And that will be really important when I hope the judges of the ICC grant the arrest warrant. Governments around the world must protect and defend freedom of expression. We've already heard about the fact that there is a global attack on freedom of expression. It's cracking down on peaceful protection, sitting, university encampment, academic forum in solidarity with Palestinians. We must be prepared to fight for our freedom of expression. But long-term prospect, and even short-term, demand the dismantlement of Israel's system of apartheid and military occupation of the West Bank, including East Jerusalem and the Gaza Strip. which are considered militarily occupied according to international law, and that since June 1967. Palestinians in the occupied territories have been trapped and oppressed under Israel's brutal occupation and system of apartheid. Every aspect of their daily lives is disrupted and controlled. I have worked for the last 25 years in the field of human rights and covered many different places. I can tell you that. On my first visit to Israel, not very long ago, January 2022, to launch the apartheid report, what I have seen and what I have been told has shocked me to the core. Shocked me to the core. The cruelty of the system, the intricate administration of the apartheid, the sheer banality, and at all time, its utter absurdity, it took my breath away. This is a place that is soul destructive. But if you are an Israeli and don't want to see and don't want to know, it is so easy. There are walls everywhere, physical, mental, cultural, political. If you don't want to see, you don't see. I have seen a Palestinian home entirely surrounded by walls and fences so that their Jewish neighbors would not have to see them. I was taken to a bridge constructed so that the same family could reach their land without ever putting a single foot on the land of their Jewish neighbors. I have seen many roads in the West Bank that Palestinian residents can never, ever drive on. And since my visit, Israeli settlement in the West Bank have only grown, and with them more and more violent attacks on Palestinian villages, Palestinian people, Palestinian livelihood. That reality of apartheid and military occupation, we must bring back to every single conversation on what's happening in Gaza. I'm talking about the West Bank. I could have also spoken about the Israeli proper, where I'm told apartheid does not apply. Yes, apartheid does apply to the rest of Israel, the Israel international border. I could talk about the Bedouins, whose villages, families over generation and generation are destroyed. The abject poverty of those people living side by side with incredible wealth. And guess what? They represent less than 3% of the entire Negev area, 3%. But that is too much, and they must go. That is the reality. That is the context and the vacuum that the Secretary General almost lost his job over, and that the US does not want us to report and refer to. So that reality of apartheid and military occupation must be acknowledged, must be at the heart of what we are discussing now. And yes, of course, absolutely, Jewish Israelis have a right to self-determination and to security, and so do Palestinians. The reality of apartheid and military occupation must be acknowledged so that everyone can live in peace and security. So what more can we do? We can do more. I think that's what I'm here for too. What more can we do? I will say that merely resisting wrongdoing is not enough. Across civil society, we are often put on the defensive. But now is the time to also go on the offensive. Don't get me wrong. The so-called 1948 international system has not worked as we had hoped. It has neither been particularly fair nor equitable, and very often it has sided with the most powerful. And its working demand our constant vigilant scrutiny, and at times our outright denunciation. So when we refer back to 1948, it is not that we want to say that it is sacred, but on the other hand, it is precious. Not sacred, but precious by the very nature of its birth. By virtue of the fact that so many people have lost their lives fighting for the values that the Universal Declaration, the backbone of the system, enshrines. It is far too precious to have any power, super or otherwise, decide for the rest of us that it is no longer operable. When the powerful flout the law, the shield of law weakens for us all. And when the most powerful set themselves above the law, then betrayal of the law becomes a weapon favored by many more. We cannot afford to let go of the 1948 system because A, we have nothing to replace it with except the violence and the power of the most powerful. That is not an option. So we must fight back and we must shape the future of the international system in the same way that South Africa did when it went to the ICJ, and in a different topic, in the same way that Vanuatu is doing when it goes to the ICJ, demanding that there be an international declaration on responsibility, human rights responsibility for climate change. That is part of reshaping the international system, and that is what the US, its allies, and Israel does not want us to do. But that's what we must be doing. We should together reimagine the rule and institution for global governance. We should push for an overhaul of the UN Security Council, including and beginning with the use of veto. We should look for alternative decision-making bodies when they fail to do so. So we must not only adopt a posture of transformation, we must lead this transformation. We must disrupt the building of world and national order that take us to the abyss. We must harness the creativity to imagine different institutions and rules fit for the world we are becoming. They may not be adopted, our ideas. You know, we are in an academic setting, plenty of ideas. I invite you all, if there are professors, students, please be creative, rethink that world order. They may not be adopted, but they'll be there for future generations. There will be pushback. The thing that we cannot let is the construction of our brave new world. We cannot let that to a few privileged states, institutions, or super rich individuals. No, we must be there. As the conflict in Gaza, Ukraine, Sudan, Haiti, Myanmar, and elsewhere threaten to spiral further, we know the only conscionable journey is back and back from that precipice and forward to, on a pathway to a future made viable by upholding the principle and promise of 1948. A path set with the stone of a global rule-based order paved justly by human rights and made secure by the never again commitment upheld for everyone, for the benefit of everyone, to the exclusion of no one. None of us, advocate or activist, dissident, trade unionist, professor, student, journalist, scientist, parliamentarians, jurists, none of us can afford to wait in hope that somehow the heads of state or corporations or the super rich will do what is right. Instead, we must together resist regression, reset for rights, recommit to the rule of law for everyone, so that in 2048, when your grandchildren look back, they will see that there were many, many very good people in this world.
Thank you, Agnes.
Thank you. Yes. Yeah. Two questions. Yeah. Or comments.
Thank you, Agnes. We are short with time, so I will restrain myself from making any commentary. We will go straight to you and maybe take 2 questions at max. But thank you so much, Agnes, again. Can I see hands, please? And we'll choose 2. You've got one there. Let's start there, please, on the left-hand side. I don't know if it's on. I feel it's on. Yeah, it is. Good. Thanks.
Thank you, Madame Callamard, for your excellent exposition. I would like you please to comment on the fact that this year is an anniversary of George Orwell's 1984. And I would like you please to comment why part of my mind is occupied against my will by Israeli propaganda. I am furious. I am also furious that I have to censor what comes out of my mouth in case I cause danger to myself. So what I'm saying is, there isn't just an attack in Gaza. The attack is on the airwaves. And can I say, and I'm going to say this with risk to myself, there is an embassy in West London which is on overtime. It's disgraceful because it's bending and changing the facts. Please comment.
Can we take all the questions? The gentleman here, please. I'll take 3 questions and I'll leave it with Agnes to respond as much as you like. This gentleman here and the lady over there, Ahmed. The gentleman first, please. And keep it brief, please.
Yes, thank you very much. I came to this conference because I want peace and justice for the Palestinian people. We all know about their suffering, at least I hope we all do, and the horrors that have been inflicted on them. But can we, after the break, please focus on practical ideas for solving this problem rather than indulging our horror at what has happened? Can we focus on how we're going to address the problems of the Jewish diaspora around the world, the US Congress, the fact that any peace settlement has to get through the Israeli Knesset? This it's betrayal of the people of Gaza and the West Bank and East Jerusalem just to indulge ourselves in all this feeling about how horrible.
I think the answer will be, we will just stay to the end.
Practical way.
See that in practical ways. Last question, please.
Well, thank you. Thank you for such a fantastic presentation, but I would add to what the gentlemen have said, in particular to concentrate on what's next, in particular that we are having, I mean, I don't know, maybe I missed it, that their settlements are illegal in all international law, and the impunity Israel have been privileged with. Nobody talked enough about settlement and settlers. There are 750 settlers in the West Bank, in particular. What we are going to do with them? Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. 700,000, yes. Agnès, please.
Yeah, I was just looking for. Well, thank you very much. Let me start with the final questions about what to do. I think the plan of action from the Balfour project, I think does provide certainly a way forward regarding the settlement and the sanction that must be at the heart of any vision and work plan at international level for the next, starting immediately. So I'm not going to repeat what's in the document here, but I will encourage you to read it all. I think it is a very good plan of action, and certainly something that we at Amnesty we'll agree with many of the recommendation, and the one we do not articulate is simply because we do not necessarily take position on some of those matters. But the only way to to prevent the settlement, as I think Daniel Levy has highlighted, is really through accountability. As long as we do not have a strong global commitment to holding the Israeli government to account, as long as we don't have institutions that are prepared to deliver that accountability, nothing is going to happen. And that is why right now there is a bit of a space. We have the ICJ, we have the ICC. We may say what we want about the indictment and so on and so forth, and the, at the legal level, some aspect of the ICJ ruling, but they matter. They are a clear signal that institutions that were made for that purpose are prepared to act, including against Israel. We now need to see universal jurisdiction applied to those people, including settlers who will be traveling. So that's the next step. And I know many of my colleagues are working on that right now, documenting those individuals, many of whom may have double citizenship, something that has worked to their advantage, but may well turn against them very soon. So accountability, accountability, accountability. It is the only way to shift the propaganda and to shift the mindset on what's happening. We need to be putting out the story of the violations, and I will beg to disagree with your fairly negative statement. I'm sorry, but I think we need to, and if you know about it, good on you, but I think there are a vast majority of the world population who actually doesn't know what's happening in the West Bank or, well, in Gaza now, you'll have to be deaf and blind not to know. But so keeping and repeating that story, to me, is absolutely crucial. And it is not easy for the reason that you have mentioned. Whenever Amnesty criticized Israel, we are accused of anti-Semitism. That's, automatic. I have been accused of anti-Semitism so many times for holding Israel to account for its violations. Well, you're going to say, what? So what? People are dying in Gaza. Yes, exactly. But I must also acknowledge the fact that it is not easy to always be accused of some of the worst crimes that in the European psyche, are part of our history. And yet we need to be strong. We need to have people's back. Whenever they are being accused of anti-Semitism for making a critique of Israel, we need to be prepared to say, no, that is not anti-Semitism. This is the value of Israel. And that too is how we're going to shift that, because so many people keep silent. You said that yourself. So many people are afraid of saying something that is going to be presented as, and I'm going to give an interview, that's why I have to leave, and I can assure you, I'm going to say, so Amnesty is an anti-Semitic organization. Every single interview, I'm being asked that question. Why? Because we have condemned Israel for its apartheid and its military occupation. So what do we need to do practically? Maybe it's not practical enough for you, but for a human rights organization, that's what we do. We need accountability. We need to place the Israel violations over decades at the heart of what's happening right now and at the heart of how we're going to move forward. We need to hold Israeli leaders to account for what they've done. We have now institutions that have started the process. We need to strengthen that process, including through universal jurisdiction. I cannot wait to see when someone, Benjamin Netanyahu decide to travel abroad, where is he going to go? Where is he going to go if the arrest warrants are granted? We need to be on the lookout for all of that. We need to be on the lookout for the settlers and for all those associated with those violations. We need to shift the mindset around who is who does what in that conflict. And we need to keep protecting ourselves and protecting others. Whenever we hear someone making a valid critique of Israel and being accused of anti-Semitism, we've got to stand up and say this is not what anti-Semitism is all about, because we have to fight anti-Semitism too. Thank you.
Thank you, Agnès. Thank you, Agnès. Thank you, Amnesty International. Just to say before we go to the break, I've got a note here to say that as you leave, please ignore the signs and go back out the way you came up the stairs, back to the auditoriums. Have I said it right? And how long is the break?
We're going to try to start at 10 to now, 4:50, so just a 15 minutes.
So 15 minutes comfort break.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Thank you.
Just to say thank you so much.
Okay, good.
Really wonderful speech,
Okay,
and
thank you.
really appreciate you making the time to come.
You're very welcome. Thank you. Okay, thank you. I wanted to say thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. You're an amazing voice. And we do appreciate it. You have both of you are. Unfortunately, I don't. But if you have yours, I will send you my.
I will get your, don't worry.
I actually will be at Amnesty tomorrow. Yes, I've been invited by your.
Are you in the
international
UK
secretary.
secretary?
No, the international.
In the international
Yes.
secretary?
Yes.
Perfect.
Oh, great, great, all right,
And if
great.
I forget, I'll put you to,
Yes,
just
please.
for a taxi.
All right, thank you. Salam.
Hey. Can you hear me? Not so. Is it okay? Right. Thank you. No. Please take a seat. Okay. We will start with showing a short video that was a product of the fellows this year, and then we will start the panel on young people and what can we do to promote change.
The devastating recent events in Israel and Palestine have reiterated the failure of the existing paradigms. Israeli officials have often used the phrase managing the conflict in order to describe what their policy has been for the past decade, a system in which Israel has been the sole sovereign between the Mediterranean Sea and the Jordan River. The recent escalation has highlighted that Israel's regime of occupation not only oppresses Palestinians, but endangers Israel's own citizens. For the first time in decades, Palestine is back at the forefront of the international agenda. No longer can the political will of powerful states continue to stifle the right to self-determination of the Palestinian people.
Achieving justice also requires international intervention, where state and non-state actors actively encourage de-escalation, hold Hamas and Israel accountable to international law, and address the root causes of this violence.
Now that misconceptions have fallen, it's now time to change the paradigm. There can be no just solution without an independent Palestinian state in which the Palestinian people are able to live in security and shape their own future.
Let's not wait for the next war. Let's recognize Palestine now.
Thank you very much. More on the letter writing initiative to candidates later on. I will present myself. My name is Matan Rosenstrauch, and I am the coordinator of the Peace Advocacy Fellowship. On a personal note, I would say that I am Israeli. I have close family members who were affected and lost friends in the attack of Hamas on October 7th. This has caused me a lot of pain, but also strengthened the understanding that there can be no military solution to the conflict, but only a political one that we should work towards. I'm honored for 5 years now to coordinate the fellowship with my colleagues Martha and John, who are here today. And for those who don't know, the idea of the fellowship is to bring young people and bring them provide them with tools, knowledge, and capacities to become peace advocates. And they work on projects that they plan together with us on advocacy and education throughout the academic year. And one of the interesting aspects of the fellowship is the diversity. We have internationals every year. We have young people of Jewish diaspora, of Palestinian diaspora, and we are all working together. You will present yourselves. We have today with us Adrian, Kira, and Lily. And I'm asking for each of you, please, to explain, tell a little bit about your background, explain why you joined the Balfour Project Fellowship, and tell a little bit about which activism or advocacy work you were involved with this year, and maybe mention 1 or 2 challenges that you faced. So would you like to start, Kira?
Yeah, I am happy to start. My name is Kira.
I've just finished my undergraduate degree at Durham doing geopolitics, and next year I will be going to Georgetown to continue doing a master's in Arab studies. I joined this year and primarily focused on the Settler Violence in Area C project, which started last year but was then reorganized, and we, alongside Lara, myself and a other fellow called Yasmine, helped organize the tour of Odeh Nazal, the mayor of Musafiyata and political activist, to the UK, primarily in Westminster, but also traveling up to Durham to do a student talk there. The primary reason why I chose to join the Balfour Project was a combination of two parts. So firstly, I was greatly privileged to do a variety of academic work in my undergrad degree, focusing on settler violence and Israel-Palestine. And secondly, because my maternal family are Palestinian. And whilst it's been very difficult for my family to be open up about being Palestinian through academics, I was able to do more work into my family's background and some of the consequences they faced as a result of losing their home in Haifa, and combining that kind of personal connection to Palestine with also tangible change.
Thank you very much. You also were mentioning a little bit about the concept of shame and the importance of being a Palestinian diaspora when you do this kind of work. Maybe you can say a bit about that.
Yeah, of course. So something that I've tried to speak about a lot this year is the general conception that Palestinians have a very firm sense of identity, and it's something that a lot of them are very proud of, and it's no shame to be. But I think lesser understood by maybe the Western world is the concept of shame amongst Palestinian diaspora. So I would say part of the reason that it was not a concept I spoke a lot about at home when I was younger is my family felt embarrassment for having left and starting a new life, creating an identity that was built around other parts. They moved to Canada and kind of assimilated there and stopped speaking Arabic at home, stopped practicing Islam within their family, which is a personal decision, but also we've reflected and said in some ways you also contribute to the loss of Palestinian identity across the world. And in that way, you kind of contribute to the erasure of Palestinian people. So it's been really important for me and my family, now that we have kind of settled and feel comfortable, for myself to use my voice and in some ways my privilege to come back and do meaningful work in the space.
Thank you very much for sharing this. We all have been following the students' protest in the US and also here in the UK, and we have a privilege to have Adrian, who has been involved in students' protests both in Amsterdam University and at Oxford. So maybe present yourself and share with us your experience.
Yes, I'm Adrian. I grew up in Germany. I have recently completed my PhD at Oxford in political theory, so I'm transitioning out of the student status. It was nevertheless a pleasure to be part of this student group at the Balfour Project. I spent the last year lecturing in Amsterdam. I will now move to Oxford again, lecturing in the philosophy department. I had previously been engaged with the UN Department of Palestinian Rights, and I've been also working with Al-Haq, the international law advocacy and NGO in Ramallah. So I've been previously exposed to a lot of different narratives. I've been exposed to West Bank narratives through my work at Al-Haq. I've been exposed to the international narrative or the perspective of global institutions such as the United Nations. And I did, of course, know from my German background the discourse in Germany. I think what attracted me to join the Balfour Project for the last academic year was the opportunity to acquaint myself with the narratives and the discussion, the narrative space in the UK, to better understand what are the voices within the UK, how do they compare to what I've learned about people in the West Bank or had these first-hand experience in the West Bank. Also, how does it compare to the narrative space within Germany? So that was very insightful. I might need to mention that I was an associate fellow this year. I think there's something that the Buffalo project just started this year. That means I wasn't involved in any of the concrete projects. I was benefiting from all of the fantastic opportunities that came through with the project. So I was a fellow traveler, a satellite in some sense, but it was a fantastic year.
Can you tell us a little bit about the students' protest? How did you play part as a staff member in those universities? How you negotiated with the students? What they have demanded? What was your thoughts on those demands, etc.?
Yes, so yeah, maybe it's a great opportunity to reflect on what you've all probably have heard and learned about the student protests. Perhaps it will satisfy some of the demands that we've heard previously about please have some concrete action plans, some concrete demands that we want to put forward and discuss. The student protests throughout the globe, in the UK, in the US. I was in Amsterdam last year, pretty much had very concrete demands, concrete objectives, working behind and motivating the encampments, the protests that we saw around the globe, all of the advocacy that came from the student body. So I was involved, or I was part of the student protest, both in Oxford and Amsterdam, more so in Amsterdam throughout the last couple of months. And perhaps you've heard that some of it was really violent, disruptive. The students went as far as resorting to property damage to get the demands heard and listened to. Whether that was productive or not, I think that's up for debate. But one of the demands that was widely discussed was, of course, boycotting, sanctioning, and divesting from Israeli institutions. So in the context of Amsterdam, the student demand was to, first of all, disclose all of the ties that the University of Amsterdam has with Israeli institutions, both academic, educational institutions, and the arms industry, perhaps. This first demand was not met. Aggravated by that, the students took onto the streets and the campus, encamped, protested, putting up blockades, trying to disrupt the educational space. More or less, in a more or less fruitful way. I think what happened in the aftermath was much more fruitful and might lead to some positive change in how we view something like a boycotted demand. So what we've come up with together with the students, the staff and the students at the University of Amsterdam, was to critically renegotiate the program of BDS, boycotting, divesting, sanctioning Israeli institutions. We've come up with a very concrete proposal that we've put forward to both the board of Oxford University and Amsterdam University to downplay what is commonly considered the BDS demand, which is the blanket divestment and sanctioning of Israeli academic institutions. This is something that we have that we want to distance ourselves from. I think within the academic community, there's been recognition that within Israeli institutions, a blanket boycott would have negative consequences on the progressive, on the radical voices within Israeli academia, and therefore blanket boycott would only just hurt. So the concrete policy proposal that we came up with through these discussions with the students and in debates with the respective boards of these universities is an ethical review process. So if we were to go through with the respective boards of the universities, we will have an ethical review of all further investments and all further cooperations with Israeli educational and other institutions, where a dedicated ethical board will discuss and negotiate the ethical dimensions of any investment and cooperation.
Okay, thank you for sharing this with us. Over to my left, we have Lily, who has been also an associate fellow, but has been involved above and beyond in so many aspects of the project and initiative that we worked on. So over to you, Lily. Tell us about your background, why you joined, and a little bit about the work you have done this year.
Lily. I studied my undergraduate degree in Arabic, and I'm currently doing a master's at SOAS in international law. I joined the Balfour Project because I'd studied sort of the Middle East from a very academic perspective, but never really had any personal involvement or any personal connection, really, unlike others who have joined the charity. But I always felt that the vision of the Balfour Project really resonates with my own ideas about responsibility of the UK in the Middle East and Israel-Palestine specifically. And I also think that the Balfour Project, being so close to home, feels like it's a tangible, you can really contribute to change even when it feels quite far away. And the last thing I would say is that about joining the project is I've always thought it's quite important to raise awareness about Britain's role, because people don't really know, especially, I mean, growing up, I had no idea about sort of the Israel-Palestine conflict and how the UK was so involved in that historically. And in terms of experience on the programme, I worked on 3 projects, as Matan mentioned, the TikTok project, which for those who don't know, is a social media platform. So we've been making short educational videos on that, responding to sort of current events. We did a video on the World Court hearings for the genocide case. We did videos on the other case about the legality of the Israeli occupation, and just generally news, recognition of Palestine, that sort of thing. And the other project I worked on was the Recognize Palestine campaign, in which we were drafting letters to be sent out to the public, to send onto their MPs and sign, to encourage the UK to recognise Palestine. And lastly was the Israeli arms suspension campaign, which is ongoing and which we hope will carry on into the next year.
Yeah, and just to say that the arms suspension project is a project that came throughout the academic year from one of the other fellows as an initiative. It was assessed by EXCO and they accepted, and that's a really good example of how young people bring change and progression also in the work of charities. So we're coming quite to an end. It's a short panel, but I want you to tell maybe briefly 1 or 2 messages for young people out there. What is your message? How can you work towards change from our place here in the UK? Do you want to start?
Yeah, of course. I would say my primary message to young people would be, well, first of all, one of kind of gratitude, because I think this year we've really seen young people look at the cause of Israel-Palestine with like a critical eye, but also like a very genuine interest and a committed interest, which has been really wonderful, especially in regards to things like writing to MP. Young people have really shown their voices. One thing that I would say to young people now is it's very easy to share an image on your social media or to do things that don't, when your face isn't necessarily attached. But I think some of the most important things we can do is having tangible conversations in your social circles, at university, with your family. That's really important. So not just using social media where it can feel like you don't have to own up to the opinions you're putting out, but to follow up those conversations in real life, because I think young people do have an interest and they have an excellent voice. So to continue on that stream.
Thank you very much. Lily?
Yeah, I would really echo what Kira said. I think there's often a lot of fear and nervousness about talking about Israel and Palestine, especially young people maybe feel like they don't have all the answers, they don't know everything about a conflict, about the conflict, or maybe they feel that they have to pick a side. And that was something I was always quite afraid of growing up, is, if I, express support for one side, am I, then denying, the rights or respect for the other side. So I would say just to recognize and really promote the idea that calling for justice and equality and security for all people isn't picking a side. And you don't have to have all the answers and you don't have to know absolutely everything. It is complicated, but it's also not that complicated. And just don't be afraid to use your voice.
Thank you very much. That's really inspiring to hear. And Adrian, from what you've learned from the student protest, the kind of background of people who were active, we were discussing this, what you would wish, what kind of people you would wish to see in taking part in those protests. What would be your message to young people?
Yeah, echoing and picking up on what both of you said, I would like to see young people, me included, of course, not mistaking political tribalism for advocating for a cause. That means that a political cause should not be speaking up for a political cause should not be mistaken for forming in-group alliances, taking up a certain standpoint within one's friendship group, taking up a certain standpoint within one's radicalized student body or not so radicalized student body. It's about debate, it is about engagement, it's about listening to one another, it is about discourse, it is about educating yourself, having a critical perspective on all of the narratives that we are confronted with. And then at some point, formulating one's own position and not being afraid to, even if it's hard, to step outside of the political tribe that otherwise you might want to associate ourselves to.
Thank you very much. You are all invited in the reception to come and speak to us and hear more about their experience during the fellowship. And now, without further ado, I would like to hand on to Sir Vincent Finn.
I'm sure you are. Hi. Not so long.
First of all, a test. Can you all hear me?
Mhm.
That's a relief. We're on the last lap. Thank you all for coming back. We'll be together until about 6 o'clock, and then I'll ask Phyllis to my right to conclude the event. Right now, we're talking about what our next government must do to uphold equal rights. And before I introduce our panel, I'd like to say two things. First of all, I'm an ex-diplomat, and there are ex-diplomats in the audience. And during the coffee break, it was said that legal issues matter deeply. The ICC, the ICJ, what they do matters a lot. But there will be a need for diplomacy in order to get us from A to B. So I'd like to challenge diplomats in the room to offer to say a few words in the Q&A. Second thing I'd like to do is to draw attention to a strong economic document called Palestine Emerging. It's a new document, and there is a website called Palestine Emerging. It's not a political document, but it is based on the assumption that there will be game changers and that the Palestinian economy will be enabled to grow, both in Gaza and in the West Bank. And the question it tries to answer is, how will that happen? Who needs to work on it? A colleague of ours, a trustee of the Balfour Project, is among the authors of this document. There are about 100 authors, including Palestinians, internationals, Israelis. And I wonder if I could ask Baron Frankel, just to stand for 5 seconds, just to say hi. And if anybody would like to have a word with Baron after, during the drinks, about economic prospects in the West Bank and in Gaza, how they can be made to flourish, as they need to flourish, then Baron is very happy to talk. So now to the panel, if I may. First of all, introduce the four so that they don't have to introduce themselves. Immediately to my right is Dr. Phyllis Starkey, Vice Chair of the Balfour Project. Previously, we came to know each other when we were both trustees of Medical Aid for Palestinians, where she was also Vice Chair. And for 13 years, Phyllis was MP for Milton Keynes Southwest. Chris Doyle, fortuitously, immediately to Phyllis's right, is the director of CABU, the Council for the Advancement of Arab-British Understanding, which also forms the secretariat of several parliamentary organizations, one of them being the Britain-Palestine all-party political group, and a European gathering, European Parliamentarians for Israeli-Palestinian Equality, which meets on Zoom every couple of months to talk about work across Europe, including Norway, Spain, and so on, in aid of equality. Nour needs no introduction because she's already had one, and it's very nice to have you with us, Nour. It's an honor for the Balfour Project to welcome you to London. And our fourth panelist, who will actually speak third, is Yasmine Ahmed, UK Director of Human Rights Watch, a public international lawyer and human rights advocate who, in her time, has opposed Michael Gove's bill successfully, with help, but successfully, and worked very hard behind the scenes.
That is the job.
Her colleague, Omar Shakir, in April 2021, wrote a major report for Human Rights Watch on Israeli apartheid, a threshold crossed. And for his pains, he was expelled from Jerusalem. Human Rights Watch also opposes UK arms sales to Israel. So those are our panelists, and it's a pleasure to be with them and with you. I'll ask Phyllis to begin by saying a few words about the action points that the Balfour Project has drafted and which will be fine-tuned after today's conference. Phyllis.
Thanks very much, Vincent. Can people hear me at the back? Good, excellent. So you've all got this document, so I'm not going to go through it in great detail. We're focusing on the UK government, not because we think that the UK is uniquely powerful, although it does have a history that's contributed, and not in a good way, to the situation that we're in the Middle East. But we focus on the UK government because it's our government, because it should be accountable to us, and because we have a duty to try and influence it, and because it's well placed to work with like-minded governments in the Middle East and elsewhere, and closer to home in the rest of Europe, to achieve change. So the action points document is an attempt to crystallize the key issues that we are focusing our activity on. It's not an exhaustive list. For example, it doesn't include the lobbying that we've been doing to get the UK government to fund UNRWA. It is a selected list, and on many of the issues, we've already been lobbying the government and the opposition on these issues, but we'll continue to do so. And we made this draft action plan available in advance of the conference deliberately on our website and to all our attendees, and we do welcome feedback. The focus is on events since the 7th of October, and it sets out, firstly, immediate actions which are required of Israel and Hamas, of which the most urgent is an immediate ceasefire and cessation of violence. So obviously, the role of our government is to try and make sure that that happens. It also calls on Israel to remove all restrictions on humanitarian aid entering Gaza, to give unfettered access to all UN agencies, including UNRWA, to cease to use starvation and the destruction of civilian infrastructure as weapons of war, and to guarantee the safety of all humanitarian workers, medical workers, etc., and in the West Bank, to stop settler violence and freeze all settlement building. It then proposes a number of actions that the UK government must take to recognise the state of Palestine on pre-June 1997 borders, to end immediately any collusion of UK government or UK businesses in war crimes in Gaza, to ensure accountability for war crimes by supporting the ICC and the ICJ, and to participate in reconstruction, ending the occupation and supporting Palestinian civil society in democratic renewal, leading to an elected Palestinian government. We don't have a view on who should be in that government, what form it should take, or what their final demands should be. That is for the Palestinians themselves to decide. It is our duty to make sure they are able to make that to have that self-determination on the territorial basis of the state of Palestine. The Balfour Project will continue in lobbying of government and parliamentarians on these points and many others, but now we're in a general election campaign. So many of you, as individuals, have the opportunity to question potential MPs. And this is the moment when you get listened to, because you are voters and you can decide whether this potential MP actually is an MP. So you need to make the most of this opportunity. There are lots of local election hustings in most constituencies in the UK. So you should find out when the ones are in your constituencies. You should go to it. And we hope that you will use this list as a way of holding those candidates to account and reminding them that Palestine and rights of Palestinians are an important issue for British voters here in Britain, and that we expect a future British government to make sure that those rights of Palestinians are properly respected.
Thank you very much, Phyllis. Without further question now, but we'll come to questions after Nour has spoken, may I turn to Chris to say a few words about how he sees the attitudes of the four main political parties to Palestine and Israel.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much to the Balfour Project for all that you do and for inviting me here today. I should stress before I start, I'm going to speak in a very personal capacity in analysing the elections and the positions of the political parties in the UK. My first comment is the nature of this election. And whilst we here may be very passionate and concerned about this issue of Israel-Palestine, I'm going to make one thing very clear. And we saw this, I think, in Tuesday night's leaders' debate. This is a very domestic election. Notably, and in contrast, of course, to 2019, the last election, Brexit was not mentioned once. So, although this issue of Gaza has been an issue in by-elections, notably in February in Rotherham, in local elections, I do not expect it to be in any way the predominant issue in this campaign. It will be in certain constituencies. Yes, there are, I think, 3 constituencies, for example, where British Muslims are the majority, but by no means are British Muslims the only part of the population, and I'll come to this, who are concerned about this. And there may be about 16 to 18 constituencies where it might make a difference. But this election will not be determined by international issues. It will be domestic, and in my view, it'll focus on the economy. And in some ways, That's a more traditional election than the last few that we've had. Now, this also has a problem, and a broader problem, because I don't think there is any debate also about Britain's place in the world. And I don't think the party leaderships are outlining where Britain is. What is Britain's future there? Let alone what it is towards the Middle East, yet alone what it is towards Israel-Palestine. Looking at public opinion, and Kabu and MAP have done 2 polls with YouGov since over the last 8 months. What is really striking is that British public opinion has been consistently in favor of a number of things that many of us are here, I suspect, would back. First of all, an immediate ceasefire. All the polls, and not just our ones, have shown in excess of 70% in support of an immediate ceasefire. Now, in any polling, that is substantive. When you look at those who intend to vote for the Labour Party or the Liberal Democrat, that rises to 86% and 88% respectively in the last poll we conducted in May. That's a very high level. Then have a look at something which is perhaps more contentious, the issue of imposing a UK arms embargo on the State of Israel. There have been 3 polls that I've seen done over the course of the spring, and the polling ranged 55% in favor is the lowest. That was the poll that we conducted, to the highest was 62%. But what I found interesting was that the percentage of those who opposed an arms embargo shrank in the last poll to just 13%. Just 13%, which is not, I'm sure you agree, a large bank of opposition. Younger voters tend to be more sympathetic with Palestinian rights. That might not surprise you. And it still remains an issue that largely gets more support from the right. But that said, on the arms embargo, 49% in one poll of conservative, those who intended to vote conservative, would back an arms embargo. And therefore, the obvious conclusion is that our political leaderships are not in any way in sync with public opinion on this issue. Furthermore, in polling that we've seen in Europe, in other EU states, in Ireland to Italy, Italy had the largest percentage at 65% in one poll in support of an arms ban. We also find this. So this going forward does present, I think, an increasing challenge for those political leaders who are out of sync with that public opinion. Let's have a look at the leadership on offer, because I think that is central in any election campaign. Rishi Sunak, Keir Starmer are the 2 candidates to be Prime Minister. Neither of them, frankly, are either expert in the Middle East, nor are they that interested. Let me be very clear. The positions that they take up, once again, are rooted profoundly in domestic political reasons. We might wish that to be different, but let's be honest about it. Rishi Sunak knows that his party is essentially pro-Israeli in sentiment and has been for a while. He doesn't want to rock that boat, so he will keep to those lines. He also knows that Labour has an issue. He can see the splits that have risen in the Corbyn years and is very happy, therefore, to exacerbate it, to expose it, to see Labour councillors resign, to have these arguments. That's fine. Let Labour have these debates. For Keir Starmer, he doesn't want to be seen as Corbyn 2.0. He wants to say the Labour Party has changed. He wants to pose as a great leader, but he's also conscious he's going to have to deal with an American administration, whether it's Joseph Biden or further down the line, Donald Trump, possibly. Sorry. So he also is considering that. And he's taken advice, including from his predecessor, Tony Blair, on this issue. I'm afraid that is true, despite I've said it before, his lack of success as a quartet envoy. In terms of the party positions, very quickly, I think what we've seen from the Conservative government, and just to summarize it, they've given blanket support for Israeli military operations in Gaza. There's been no criticism. Where you've seen criticism, it's been on the entry or lack of entry of aid into Gaza and on settlements and settlers. Insufficient on both counts, but that's as far as it goes. And at no point has the government been willing to say that Israel has violated international law. In terms of the Labour Party position, it took until February to get to a stage where they would call for an immediate ceasefire. They are better, and we have to acknowledge this, in terms of the ICC and ICJ, where they have spoken out in favor of the independence of those courts and their decisions must be respected. I'm sure Yasmine has far more to say on that. But they haven't gone for an arms embargo. They've called for a review. And I think that's interesting in terms of assuming Labour wins, and it looks like that, let's be clear, what happens on day one in terms of the attitude towards arms exports to Israel? And I think perhaps they were hoping that it was going to be an October and November election for this issue, because they're now going to have to make that decision whilst that military operation is ongoing. Also, in terms of Labour, we've seen a change in their policy position on recognition. It was in favor of immediate recognition, but back last autumn, they changed it. Now, I think that they are vulnerable to the electorate, to voters, to members, if you make your voice heard, that there should be a recognition. The other parties, very briefly, the Greens, Liberal Democrats, and SNP, they do support an arms ban and they do support recognition. And I leave it open to the floor as somebody could tell me what the Reform Party's position is. But I'm going to go to the first 100 days, actually, in terms of looking forward and what we can do, as really important, because frankly, with a 20-point lead, Labour's going to win this election. Keir Starmer is going to be walking through that door number 10, I think, barring something quite dramatic. So what are they going to do? Will Labour restore future funding to UNRWA? Day one, no reason to delay. Will it say something on the issue of international law? Arms, I've mentioned. Will there be a greater change of posture and position generally in all of this? What can you do? Well, Phyllis has already mentioned hustings. How many of you here have written to your parliamentary candidates in your constituencies? Come on, let's be honest.
Wow.
It's a great showing, but those of you who can, please do. And not just with the leading one, get them all to put their positions on the record. Let us know about it too. Write to the leaders. Make sure that they are aware there is a concern about these issues. Doesn't take long. And I think going to those hustings and pressuring them, a new incoming government on day one to take action. Because so far, let's face it, it's been lamentable. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll make sure there's time for questions. We'll make sure. Just on the point about writing to candidates, Matan mentioned that the Lawful Project has drafted a letter, and we have worked with an organization called, I think, Organic Campaigns, which means if you put your postcode into the draft, which will come your way shortly, then by some miracle, the letter goes to all candidates, not just to the potential winner, but to all candidates. And then you can ask in that letter for a response. And it's a simple letter about recognition. It's focused on recognition.
Sorry, can I just add, make sure to put your postcode so they know you are their constituent and that you can vote for them or not vote for them. Otherwise, they definitely will not reply.
It's the voice of wisdom. Yasmine, you have a free hand. I haven't given you a task.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much. And thank you very much to the Balfour Project. Your work is incredible. It's incredibly important, and I'm very, very proud and honoured to sit here and be part of this wonderful conference. And also thank you to my co-panelists, some of whom I work very, very closely with, and also to all of you, because if it wasn't for people that continued to care, nothing will change. So your being here and engaging, I think, is so critical. So I wanted to address some of the points that were made by the audience after Agnès' speech. And I want to sort of think about and reframe where we're at. I understand that we sit here and we're frustrated. We are frustrated because we are all seeing civilians being killed. Women, children. We saw it on October the 7th, and we've seen it for over 6 months now. I woke up to the news this morning that a refugee camp, an UNRWA facility, had been attacked. Woke up to news that's very likely, what's been reported is that there are 35 civilians who've been killed. It's very likely, those 35, that there will be children. And I looked at my 6-year-old son, and he was ill last night, and I looked after him, as a mum does. And I sat and I watched and I worried if he had a fever. He's living in London. We have a doctor 5 minutes away from us. He has a grandma upstairs, a dad and a mum who are watching over him. And I still woke up worried and panicked about him. And then I saw this news and I froze. I froze. Because I cannot even imagine what the mothers and fathers of Gaza are feeling right now. And I know that we do need to talk about what next. We absolutely have to talk about a road forward. Because it does not do justice to anyone to only talk about today and the suffering. But what I think is very important to say is that since the Nakba, the talk has been about what next. The talk has been about a peace process. And where have we got to? We have got to a place of mass atrocities. And I would say, and people will differ, and that is absolutely fine, that part of the reason that we have got here is because all we are doing is looking forward to a peace process, to a solution. And we are not looking at what is happening on the ground and the reality. And that's why they both need to go hand in hand. We cannot just talk about PA and about the Arab states and about a negotiation table and about next steps. We can't, because that will lead us to continue on a path that we have for over 6 decades. We need to talk about the situation, not just in Gaza. We need to talk about and contextualize that this has been decades of severe systemic repression of Palestinian people. Such severe systemic repression that it amounts to the crime of humanity, of crime against humanity, of apartheid. We are not talking about 2 people coming to a table or groups coming to a table that are on equal sides, that this is a conflict where we bring 2 together and we find a way forward with equal power. So that nuance is the only way we are going to see a way forward, and is why we are talking about the suffering and why we need to keep talking about the suffering. But we do need to talk about the next steps. And I will say that I've been talking to, in the office of David Cameron, I've been in the office of Foreign Office officials, of the Attorney General's Department, round the clock, not Cameron, I would say. I'm not in his office every day, but I have met with him, but certainly with Foreign Office officials for the last 6 months. And I have said to them, you've set out a plan for next steps. I think it's a 5 or 6 point plan of your next steps. And while this plan on paper looks fine, the settlements in the West Bank keep expanding. The death of, if there ever was going to be a two-state solution, is continuing to die in front of your eyes while you set out a beautiful plan on a piece of paper of what's going to happen next. So what are you doing? Okay, a couple of settlers, individual violent settlers, got sanctioned. The settlements are a state-approved policy. The state arms the settlers, protects the settlers, fails to investigate the settlers. Issuing sanctions against a few settlers sits in stark contradiction to your pledge of a two-state solution and a way forward. Where are your sanctions against Ben Gvir? Where are your sanctions against Smotrich? Where are your commitments to a two-state solution? Human Rights Watch doesn't take a position on recognition. So I cannot speak to that question. But I would, in my personal capacity, be asking any current or future government about what their vision is for a two-state solution. First of all, ensuring that that can, in fact, be a reality on the ground, whilst we know settlements are expanding. Where are your sanctions? Where are even your basic bans on doing business with settlements? Where are they? Where is your guidance that's strong enough to businesses to say you shouldn't be doing that, like Norway has issued? Where are the levers that you do? You don't have many levers. Let's be clear. The UK is not the US. We don't have a vast amount of levers, but you do have levers. Why are you not exercising those levers, even talking about exercising those levers? You have a trade agreement with Israel. You have burgeoning and made commitments about future agreements with Israel on a number of matters, including cooperation on science, technology, military, and trade. Why are you not saying that these are up for review because our plan for a two-state solution and something different needs to happen? Human Rights Watch doesn't take a position on what that settlement will look like. But what we do say is that you need to take action to address the underlying human rights harms, because none of your plans are going to be achieved without that. Thanks to many people in this room, we no longer have the anti-boycott bill. Which sat as a travesty again and flies in the face of this, that a public body, the government themselves, can't take account of the abuses that are happening in settlements and not do business with those settlements, not invest or procure from those settlements. It would be banned under that bill. That's how far we were going to get. So thank you for stopping that. Arms. People have said only 2%, it's less than 2% the UK gives to Israel. First of all, that does not matter under the law. One component that is being used by Israel to enforce the blockade, to attack civilians, to attack aid workers, is enough to mean that you're legally obliged under domestic and international law to stop the licensing of military equipment. The UK government has acknowledged in the current judicial review brought by Al-Haq that there were, as at December last year, 28 extant current licenses and 28 future licenses are on their table at that time that they characterised as the most likely to be for equipment and components that were going to be used by the IDF in Gaza. We know that 20% of the components in the F-35s that are used in Gaza by the IDF now are manufactured, made in the UK. It is not acceptable legally, morally unacceptable. But let's think about practically. Let's set that aside. If any future government decides they come in, it would make a massive difference politically if they, alongside their key European allies, made a statement together and stopped the export of arms and military components licenses. It would make it would leave the US on a limb. It would highlight the fact that they are on their own. It makes a difference. You cannot come into power and say you are committed to a rules-based international order and international law and domestic law and the rule of law and not comply with it. You are potentially and likely being complicit in the violations that are happening now. And that means that not only the UK is complicit, but individual ministers and officials are complicit and potentially liable as well under criminal law for their aiding, abetting complicity. And we know that civil servants in the Department for Trade and Business have already raised their concerns and said that they were thinking about taking action as a result. UNRWA funding, as Chris said, if that is not something that is done within the first 100 days, I don't think we can hear anything about commitments to humanitarian provision, to ensuring that I don't want to hear any more concern from any government official or minister that we are so concerned that there is not aid getting into Gaza, that they're on the brink of famine, and you still will not lift your temporary suspension on UNRWA. In June, the UK's allocation will be up. We owe UNRWA money, or we are liable to pay UNRWA money in June. Do not stand there and talk about aid going into Gaza and blocking, and Israel blocking it while you have suspended money to the principal vehicle to provide for humanitarian provision. Reconstruction. Next day reconstruction. It will be critical for states to come together. But forward come hand in hand. Right now in the West Bank, Israeli settlers, armed, supported by Israel, are actually demolishing schools and other facilities that are funded by the UK government. So let's be clear again why accountability and why a day forward needs to sit hand in hand together. We will not be spending British taxpayers' money to then not say anything when Israel, in its next attack on Gaza, destroys the hospitals, the schools that we've spent millions of dollars to construct. Use your leverage. The next government, whoever they are, needs to use your leverage. We cannot continue to see the atrocities being committed and no leverage being used. It's not enough. And it will not be enough when the future generations look back, our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren, and they ask, what did we do? That's what they asked about the Holocaust. That's what they asked about incidences that have happened in Srebrenica, in over history, what have happened when atrocities happened in Rwanda. What did we do? No one says, oh, we didn't have that much leverage. It wasn't that much. We do what we can. And the UK government's under an obligation under various international instruments to not only not be complicit, but to take positive steps to end violations of international law. That is the rules-based order. ICC, ICJ. It was great to see what Labor said in relation to the ICC, that they were strong and principled. I heard equivocation from Starmer, and maybe that needs to be clarified. If an arrest warrant is in fact issued, what will the UK government do? Will it, as it is required to under international law as a state party, the Rome Statute, give effect to that warrant? That needs to be clear. We do not need any equivocation in respect of that. Unfortunately, the current government's position continued on the path that they have been on, which is to, I would say, undermine the rules-based order. You can say that you don't necessarily agree with a case being brought. But when the court has made a decision, an independent court's made a decision, that's when you say it's for the independent court decision with the information and evidence before it. And what we've seen at the time again, that's not the position that this government has taken. And despite the fact that this government's continued position has been that it's not for the UK government to make these decisions about international crimes, it's for independent courts. But actually, in some instances, we're not going to agree with that. So I guess I end here by saying I urge the next government that comes in to take heed that this is a matter of legality, morality, and politics. And you need to be thinking with them all hand in hand. And you need to be thinking about the legacy that you will leave and about those people in Gaza who are relying on you right now because they have no one else to rely on. Thank you.
Thank you, Yasmine. That was profound, and it's why you're here. Thank you. Nour, again, you have a free hand. We're near the end. We will have some questions, but if you'd like to say what you would do in our shoes.
Yes. I want to pick up on what was said and just focus on a few things. Recognition by the UK of Palestine is not just a matter of legal position. It is a historical debt owed to the Palestinians. And I think that British politicians need to be reminded of that, as annoying as it is. They need to always remember that they have a legacy that they need to rectify. The dimension of Balfour and British history and Mandate Palestine is triggering to 14 million Palestinians. And that we view what the UK does with a different lens. Okay, not because we hold it on a higher pedestal, but because we see that London has an added responsibility. And so, like you said, there is an international, legal, moral responsibility, but there's a bilateral score to settle here. There's a correction of history that needs to happen. And don't settle for words. We've heard over the past 30 years of the so-called peace process that has gotten us all the way to genocide, that settlements are illegal, or as the Americans like to say, they're an obstacle to peace, whatever the hell that means. And yet the number of settlers has gone from 100,000 to 700,000. The settlers near my home were once in the horizon. Now I see them when I'm out in my balcony, in my comfortable neighborhood in Ramallah. In the village where I come from in southern Hebron, I can no longer have a balcony because it has been forbidden, because Palestinians are bothering the settlers when they look out their balconies. So it's not about saying the right thing, right? Because politicians are good at that. They can say a lot of nice things. We need to make sure that they're taking the actions. So if settlements are illegal, well, great. Now tell me that you're going to outlaw products coming out of that stolen land and from those stolen resources. That is the only way I'll understand that you really view settlements as illegal. Are you against the terrorism of settlers and those who arm those settlers? Great. Show me that you are doing what you are legally required to do and hold accountable those who are doing the policy and who are doing the arming, not individual settlers who can get away with it at the end of the day. And certainly don't do it like the US did, because they did a big splash and then they walked it all back. So not words. Don't settle for words, please. And don't settle for recognition only, right? That is the first step.
Yes.
It's a legal commitment. It's a political commitment that we build on. And it's a snowball that we have to kind of trap politicians into. They can't just get away with saying, look at me, I'm great. I've recognized Palestine, now I can go home. No, there's a lot more work to be done. And there's a lot of work to be done for reconstruction and in the day after, when that day after comes. But I think it's important to understand that those who can have a right to participate with Palestinians in rebuilding and healing, and perhaps and hopefully building a better future where we can be liberated from the colonization and colonized and colonizer reality as Palestinians and Israelis. Those who have been complicit in our mass slaughter should not, cannot, must not have a say or a stake in reconstruction. Accountability has to be at the forefront, and it has to hurt. Those who are committing war crimes and atrocities shouldn't complain that they're being punished. They don't want to be punished, then they shouldn't be doing the crimes. So yes, it needs to hurt. Being a colonizer has to be at a high cost. And that might hurt some good-intentioned people. But that is the only way. And I would, I would draw the parallel with apartheid South Africa. And I would remind everybody that the governments were the last to join when it became untenable for them to continue being complicit in apartheid. But it was the people, the constituents, the voters who made sure that supporting apartheid became politically untenable. So it is within your power and ours together to make sure that happens. I'll stop here.
Now's the time for some questions. I would say we need 5 or 10 minutes. That's all we can do before I ask Phyllis to conclude. And I'd like to take questions in three, a group of three, if I may. The gentleman who raised his hand.
Thank you. I must apologize. I'm not a diplomat. I'm a lawyer.
You must apologize.
Yes. One thing I have noticed, which Yasmine made a big point of, but which is not in the suggestions that you put together, is holding Britain to account, which is the slogan, and which is why I joined the Balfour Project. We have now a unanimous political position. We're run by a Zionist government, frankly, and we're going to be run by a Zionist government. And all the good wishes which Nour and Yasmine talk about, the desired policies, will not come from them because they have not been held to account. So that's why I'm talking as a lawyer. I think there are ways. I don't have a speech here, I only have a question, but I would like to invite anybody who is also a lawyer and who is interested in legal solutions to corner me during the reception afterwards, because I think we need to do a lot more on that line.
Thank you. Thank you. And then the gentleman at the back. Then I'll come to my left.
Hi. Hi, my name's Catherine from Middle East Eye. I just had a question for Chris, actually. I wonder what your view was on the Muslim Vote campaign, and if you think this wave of independence is going to influence Labour's position, make them more likely to do things like impose an arms embargo. Thank you.
Now a challenge for our helpers, just to reach the gentleman, unless you can shout.
Very direct and brief question. If I may, I would like to address it to Nour. We hear that United States administration is talking about normalization of relationship between Israel and Saudi Arabia as part of the ceasefire and plan that there. With your own background, may I ask you, if the United States of America's administration is successful in establishing the relationship between Israel and Saudi Arabia, how would the Arab street actually react?
Good question. Good question. So we had accountability, we had normalization, and then Catherine, you were directing your question to whom? To
Chris.
To anybody, particularly to Chris. Well, the accountability one, I guess we start with a lawyer.
I mean, it's a good question, and you have. I think that there's one question. I mean, there's obviously like legal issues here, but it's accountability for what as well in terms of past and present. You know, because the UK government is responsible, as Nour has mentioned, and is implicated in what ended up happening at the Nakba, essentially. I mean, they had a mandate, and that mandate was to resuscitate and be able to provide for the rights of the people within Palestine. And they completely and utterly neglected their responsibility legally. But I don't think that it means that it can't happen. But obviously there are obstacles for holding officials, in particularly legally accountable for complicity, which obviously are quite detailed, but it's obviously harder to establish complicity than it is to establish direct responsibility. However, and it's something that I've been saying when I meet with Foreign Office officials and ministers, is that doesn't mean that it's not going to happen. And it might not happen in the UK. The UK government might not do it, but there is such a thing as universal jurisdiction. And that means, and obviously that will probably be exercised in relation to direct perpetrators, most principally, so Israeli officials, but also, as Agnès said, dual nationals. But also, I think, you know, officials of other states should be concerned about whether, I mean, and we're seeing increasing judicial activism and exercising of universal jurisdiction. You know, what does that mean for them? So I think that absolutely officials should be on notice, and also we should be thinking about that. And then obviously state responsibility. And we know that Nicaragua brought a case against,
Germany.
Against Germany, thank you. And whilst they didn't get provisional measures, the court did not dismiss the case. And in fact, I think the court put on notice, and certainly did put on notice, all states that are licensing or sending arms to Israel. And it mentioned not only the Genocide Convention, but obligations under the Geneva Conventions particularly around Common Article 1. And Nicaragua sent a letter to the UK government and a number of other governments saying, we're putting you on notice as well. So I do think, and something that vexes me a lot, is ensuring, because what's happening in Israel couldn't happen but for the deep complicity, directly as well as indirect complicity, diplomatic and other complicity. And I think that's probably true for many. I mean, we know, for example, in Sudan, that there's players involved in Sudan, but you know, we're sitting right here in the UK, and we're voters in the UK, and it's our government that is complicit to some extent. And obviously in the US, it's to a greater extent. So I think the question of complicity is a really important one in this context. And I urge you and others to continue to think about that.
Thank you. Chris.
Thank you very much. Two things. One, I just wanted a couple of comments on UK and accountability. Firstly, I think that UK has got to stop treating Israel as a good faith actor. And it continually does that. It says Israel should investigate. There's been the killing of a child in the West Bank, as if there's any history of proper, credible, independent investigations into its own conduct. That has got to end. Secondly, I'm fed up with government ministers. You know, they go in front of a select committee or whatever, David Cameron, Anna Mitchell, Lord Ahmed, and whenever asked about international law, they say, well, I'm not a lawyer. Yeah. There's so many examples, but then when it comes to other questions, they can be a lawyer in that, oh, I'm afraid, you know, they haven't, there's no evidence that they've committed. Oh, you're a lawyer now.
And just
This
remember
happened.
that, and that won't be a defense if they're ever before a court either.
Absolutely. And they didn't have any problem in their lack of legal knowledge when it came to Syria or Russia or other countries in doing that. Muslim vote and independent candidates, of course, you know, this is an election where Israel-Palestine is once is an ingredient. It is in the mix of issues that are being discussed. And of course, we've seen this Muslim vote initiative and independent candidates. What I think that the party machines and leaderships have failed to take into account is how much the British Muslim communities are far more engaged in politics than they were 20 to 30 years ago. They are far more politically aware, astute. They are no longer prepared to be taken for granted. And their trajectory in terms, you know, from when they first had a British Muslim MP to where they are now is extraordinary. That will only get more pronounced. And they are not prepared to be ridden roughshod over or be ignored. So it will make a difference in some constituents. And certain independent candidates will benefit, and they will potentially make a difference in certain constituencies. My point was, it's not going to make a big deal, whether you like it or not, to the overall result, which looks like a big Labour majority.
Thank you. And Nour on the Arab Street.
What is that?
Two things. Normalization with Israel has been, I think, center stage of American policy, declared and not. So even before we saw the so-called Abrahamic Accords, and I think we need to understand what they are in essence. And what they are in essence is making sure that Israel is the boss in the region, right? Militarily, in terms of security, in terms of economy, there's an overlord. That overlord represents the bigger overlords, and everybody else is willing to play. In exchange, Israel will give our beautiful, where are the diplomats there? Our beautiful despotic regimes in the region all the intelligence gadgets that they need to spy on the opposition, perhaps even murder the opposition, or at the very least jail them and make their life hell. So there is an implicit deal in this normalization frenzy. It wasn't just Trump, it's also Biden. In fact, what Biden is doing is far more dangerous, because in the middle of a genocide, he is presenting the biggest prize of all, Saudi Arabia, right? Because after that, who wouldn't go running and normalizing? I think the price for Saudi Arabian normalization has gone up for purely Saudi Arabian reasons, not necessarily just because of the genocide, but there was an opportunity for Saudi Arabia to leverage everything that was happening, and they did drive the price up. Politically, I'm not sure they're willing to give Biden that win, but I would say that they would be amenable to reaching a deal with the deal maker if he comes into office, God help us. But I do think that right now, Israeli-Saudi normalization wouldn't be possible with throwing the Palestinians entirely under the bus, right? So they have to have a gesture, and it's up to us to make sure that it's not just a gesture, it is something meaningful. So no promises of mirages that are called horizons, no promises of processes. There needs to be something more concrete, and Saudi can get it if it wants to.
Thank you. Maximum 3 last questions. Sui, may I just introduce Sui Ang, co-founder of Medical Aid for Palestinians.
Thank you very much, Vincent. Actually, That's one, that two questions, okay? Hiba wants to ask a question. So can I let her ask the question before I say mine?
We're doing three, then we.
Not all from three, but
Okay, I'll ask my question first, okay? Simple question, okay? This is a fantastic day, and thank you very much. I've learned so much and collected a whole basket full of things to do, okay? But now I've got one thing for you to do. If you look at peace with justice, how to get there. Bullet point 1, I agree. Bullet point 2, I also agree. I think everybody agrees. There is one bullet point which I really want you to add. You might say it's not possible. Okay, Israel to stop bombing Palestinian civilians, especially in the safe zones designated for them. I think that will add balance. I don't know what everybody thinks, but that's what I feel.
Thank you. You passed the baton to Heba, and then there's one more. Yes, the lady.
Quick question.
Heba first, and then the lady.
Just a quick question. What do we do with the British citizens who go to Israel and fight for the Israeli army and come back home with impunity?
And the lady immediately behind. This is the last call, I'm afraid.
There's something it might be worth thinking about. According to the Old Testament and the Quran, Abraham had 2 sons, one through his wife and one through a concubine. The sons were called Isaac and Ishmael. It was also foretold that both sons would spawn large nations. What we're actually now seeing in between Israel and Gaza, it looks like a kind of sibling rivalry thing. Palestine originally belonged to the descendants of Ishmael, but after the war, they very kindly opened their doors to the descendants of Isaac. But obviously now, the descendants of Isaac want the whole land, the whole inheritance. And the only way to stop that is to actually divide the inheritance in half. And they should be, instead of fighting one another, helping and supporting one another, because they're actually brothers. The Israelis and the Arab nations are descendants of Abraham. And they're very, very interested always in boasting about the fact, that particularly the Israelis, that they are the sons of Abraham. And I think really it's time to go back to their roots and say, hey guys, you know, this was an inheritance Abraham left for you. You need to learn to share it. If they share it properly and help and support one another, both Israel and Gaza or Palestine will become very prosperous nations. And if that happens, all this turmoil will die down.
Thank you. Thank you for the comment. Thank you. Phyllis, could you say a word about Swee's remark?
Right. Yes, we'll take account of it, Swee, when we're taking the thing forward. Right.
Vincent, I think there was a lady.
And Heba, Chris.
I just want to say one thing about Sue. I think you mentioned safe zone. There is no safe zone in Gaza. And the only safe zone I'm interested in hearing about is Gaza as a safe zone.
Yeah. There's another speaker over there.
There was a question about.
Okay,
Yes.
one last question, Ahlam. Last question, end of story.
The fighters, I can reply to that, but maybe I'll do it after this.
Big gratitude and thank you for holding this conference. And to be honest, I followed the Balfour Project right from the beginning. And of course, you have earned credibility as well as a good voice. And therefore, what really always I've been questioning why you do not mention moral responsibility for the British government, why we do not try to reach to the public generally, more public than what, that there is a moral responsibility. And not only this, that Palestinians have been denied, not only all of these years, they have been denied the UN resolution 181 and accepted the minimum. So I think it's about time
to say it clearly. And I am sure you will earn more and more credibility. And thank you for this. Thank you.
Thank you. I think, Nour, I think we should, you've said something about responsibility already and what we should do in our shoes. But I think we should give you the last word as the Palestinian on the platform,
Oh,
just a word, and then turn to Phyllis to summarize the event.
Yasmine, you wanted to say something about?
I can talk to it.
Okay. I first of all, I'm really honored and overwhelmed to be here, and very grateful for all the support that I've heard, for the open mind with which you've heard everything I had to say, and thankful that I've been given a chance to not just speak my mind, but to really carry a big responsibility. Before I came here, I asked my friends in Gaza for their permission to leave and come here without feeling too much guilt, that I would be in a safe place. And I asked them what they wanted me to say to you on their behalf. And the one thing they said was, tell them we can hear them. So I just wanted to conclude with that.
Phyllis, thank you.
So I'm not intending to summarize everything that people have said because you've all been here and you've heard it along with me. But I do just want to follow on really from what Nour just said and what in fact she'd said earlier in the previous session where she said that the Palestinians counted on us to pressure the US government. And I think that should be a spur to us to carry on doing what we are doing, but to do it more and do it better, basically. Because that is what we can do. Of course, we can empathize, and it's very important that we do empathize with Palestinians and what is happening to Palestinians. But simply empathizing does not change anything. We have to convert that empathy into action, and we have to be realistic about the sorts of actions that we can take within a democracy like ours. In many ways, we're very fortunate in that we are able to do things that a lot of people in other countries may not do without finishing up in prison. But we don't do those things enough. And we need to think strategically and politically with a small p, not party politically, but politically. It's no use asking things that we know the government or the opposition are absolutely not ever going to entertain. We have to start from where they are and then move them further in the right direction. And you have to ask relatively small things to get us to big things. Don't ask the big things. Aim for the big things, but ask things which are the small steps that will get you nearer. And then when you've got your first step agreed and they've done it, then you go back with the next step. It's very tiresome, it's terribly bureaucratic, and it's kind of soul-sapping because just sometimes you want to say to politicians, look, for God's sake, just get on with it. You must see what you should be doing, but never say that because it makes you feel better. It doesn't actually advance the cause. So that's my advice as a former politician as to how to approach politics. It's tedious, but you need to follow it within the rules and within the framework. And that's a discipline that you have to follow if you want to be effective. And we owe it to Palestinians to be effective, not to do things that just make us feel better. Blunt. That's my message. That's not necessarily Balfour's message. I didn't clear it with anybody. So nice not to. Right. But so I do want to say that. The second point I want to make is to pick up on this issue about the rule of law and the wider effects of what are happening when our government and the governments go on being selective about the rule of law, and the difference between responses on Russia's invasion of Ukraine and the responses on Israel's attacks against Gaza. And I concede that there is a slight difference in that in this instance, this particular round of violence was initiated by Hamas attacking Israel, whereas Russia's invasion of Ukraine wasn't actually provoked by anything. They just did it, but with that tiny, tiny difference. The comparison between the way in which we have then our governments have applied very effective sanctions against Russia, which, if applied against Israel, would, for example, mean that Ben-Gvir and Smotrich would be sanctioned, just as members of the Russian parliament have been sanctioned, just as members of the Russian administrations within the Donbass have been sanctioned. So all the settlement governments would be sanctioned. If we actually just transferred across to Israel-Palestine all of the things that we and European Union states have done in relation to Russia's invasion of Ukraine, that would be a good start, actually. And it's a model that you need to present people all the time. You've done it in this case. Why are you not doing it in these other cases? So we're not asking something that governments haven't done before. But we also, I do think, do need to make the point about the rule of law, how important that is to us and how it protects us as well as everybody else, because politicians also respond to self-interest. We in Britain have a self-interest in the rule of law being maintained and its credibility be maintained. And it's outrageous if our government is undermining the credibility of the system which protects us along with everybody else. And we should be making that point as well, because it engages a lot more people, I'm sorry to say, than when we talk only about the very important issues that relate to Palestinians. We need to also talk in this context about the wider implications that it has through its attack on the rule of law. So I'm sure the rest of you will have already made up your own minds about what the most valuable thing about the conference today was, but my job now is just to thank everybody involved, certainly to thank all of our speakers, to thank Daniel and Nour in the first session, who set us off to an excellent start, and we very much valued the frankness of both of you. Agnès, who did the keynote speech, and Mohammed, who shared with us his experience, and Yasmine and Chris and Nour again on this panel. So can I thank on your behalf all of the speakers, all of the people who have helped in the organization of this conference, in the Balfour Project, and particularly in our partners in King's College, and to thank King's College for the venue, for the support that Adam and the event staff have given to us in making sure that it was fairly smooth running, even if it is about to overrun if I don't stop. And also to the friends and donors who supported the work of the Balfour Project. We will continue to use those resources as effectively as we possibly can to take forward this work and to achieve peace with justice that both the Palestinians and the Israelis deserve. And thank you to the audience. And one final practical matter, could you please fill in your feedback reports? Because they will help us to make the next conference even better. And then can you join us for the reception, and you go out that way. You hand in your completed your form to the registration desk, or you fill it online afterwards and send it in. Thank you.